Week 4 in the Big Ten brings us a ton of storylines, narratives, and most importantly, great matchups, especially in two different locations. One a conference game in Happy Valley, of course, and one more on the national scale, South Bend, Indiana. Welcome to the Voice of College Football and our Big Ten live show. We come your way every Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I will take you all the way up to 8 o'clock Eastern Time. John D'Adamo takes over hosting duties. Then let's talk Big Ten football with you. Leave those comments and questions there in the chat. You know the deal with the Super Chat. Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, the most efficient and effective way to contribute to the Voice of College Football. But of course, we honor the Super Chat as well and appreciate all the contributions. I cannot in any way explain or convey to you how much we appreciate your support here at the Voice of College Football in any possible way that you do support us. Let's get to the big matchups, but first, let's clean up the mess off the field in East Lansing. That's what the administration and officials at Michigan State are in the process of doing, cleaning up the mess left by Mel Tucker's indiscretions and stupidity. So here we go. We were here at this point last week talking about Mel Tucker's suspension and most likely his firing. And here we are at the process of the firing. He has not officially been fired, but he has been notified that Michigan State is in the process thereof. So the university informed head football coach Mel Tucker in a letter that they have the intent to terminate his contract for cause, citing, quote, a body of undisputed evidence of misconduct that warrants termination. We talked last week about, again, the stupidity of the acts, the immorality of the acts, but whether the acts based on his claim of consent, of a consensual relationship, would, number one, be a fireable offense. Most likely, yes, and here we are. And then number two, though, maybe more importantly to his own personal legacy, not his coaching legacy, but his personal legacy with whatever family he has, which I believe he's been married for 20 years and has a few children, a legacy financially of trying to recoup that $77 million. And that's where I thought at one point he had a leg to stand on involving all of this from a consensual standpoint of maybe recouping some of that. We'll see. So we've got a 5-page letter coming in from athletic director Alan Haller, which details that the university sees an unprofessional and unethical behavior. Tucker suspended without pay after sexual harassment allegations emerged in media reports last weekend. An independent investigator hired by the school has been examining the allegations since January. Tucker's suspension came after the specific allegations arose in media reports. Sexual assault awareness speaker Brenda Tracy filed a sexual misconduct complaint against Tucker in December of 22. She claims that Tucker made unwelcome advances after she was hired to speak to the Spartans football team about sexual misconduct. Still shake my head when I read that. And her experience as a rape survivor. She said Tucker also masturbated without her consent during a phone call in April of 22. Tucker admitted to masturbating, but said in a statement last week that it was part of a consensual, intimate relationship. Tracy told USA Today she raised concerns about Tucker's conduct. He postponed and eventually canceled a speaking engagement at the university. He denied that. He said it was postponed but not canceled because she had an ongoing professional relationship with the athletic department. She was able to file a claim. So this is where he got caught. Here and a number of places, because even though she is not an employee of the university, she still falls under the school's sexual misconduct policy because she has a professional relationship with the university. She was actually hired by the athletic department and, as I understand it, invited by Tucker to speak to the team. You can't make this stuff up, as they say. Michigan State made clear in the letter that it was firing Tucker for cause unless he can present sufficient reasons to dispute within a week. $79 million is on the line. That remains on his contract. The school, of course, is attempting not to pay him. Harlan Barnett, longtime MSU assistant, has taken over the team on an interim basis. Mark D'Antonio is assisting. Haller explained the university's argument for firing Tucker in the letter. So he wrote that Tucker's admission that he commented on Tracy's body, made frequent flirtatious comments to her, the phone call, the masturbation, were all breaches of Tucker's contract. Now, we don't know exactly what the contract states, but that's pretty reasonable to determine in this day and age and going way back that these type of clauses have been placed in coaches' contracts and in employee contracts all over the place to save the company from litigation from other people, for one thing, from the people that they have harmed or they have pursued, and then also, of course, from the embarrassment of it all. This is part of it I didn't pick up on necessarily out of the gate, but Haller noted a combative public statement was made by Tucker where he called the pending hearing a sham. That also violated his contract. You've got also the violation of the moral turpitude clause of his contract and harm the school's public image. The unprofessional and unethical behavior, I would call it immoral, as well as particularly egregious, given that the vendor at issue was contracted by the university for the sole purpose of educating student athletes on. So again, this is all still a violation of his contract, still cause reason for firing. But then on top of that, the violations speak directly to what this woman was hired to speak on and prevent, and that she has been a victim of. I guess we don't use that term here. I haven't seen that, but she is a survivor of. So even though he's being fired, they're going to continue with the the hearing, the university's hearing, October 5th. Complaint was filed in December of 22. Outside investigator hired by Michigan State recommended that the school hold a hearing after completing her investigation. But what happened was this whole situation leaked, and therefore it came to light sooner than both Michigan State and Tracy wanted. Those darn leaks, those people that can't keep their mouth shut and cannot keep confidential matters confidential. Let's get back to the money here. Michigan State paid Tucker about $750,000 per month. It's not bad, which means he has received roughly $4.5 million from the school between when he admitted the behavior and when he was suspended without pay last week. So maybe they're trying to recoup that as well in terms of the breach of contract. Haller announced Tucker's suspension on Sunday, September 10th. And that's pretty much it right there. If you want to talk Mel Tucker, we've left the link in the chat as we always do. It's also on Twitter as well. I don't believe I left it in the description section of the video, but we've got the link out there if you want to call the show. So that's the deal on Mel Tucker. This is about a fourth time that we have dealt with this situation. So check out last week's live stream and also the statement that I made in response to Mel Tucker's public statement made. And I really have nothing else to add to this because I've already stated everything that is my opinion. We took your calls. We will take more calls again concerning this topic. That's up to you. You produce the show. We only ask that we talk about the Big Ten. The only time we will ever not talk about the Big Ten during this show as if there is some kind of national story that is so large that it can't be ignored. But it's a Big Ten show, so we'll talk Big Ten football with all of you. Welcome in the voice of college football. And also understand that we've got a USC show coming up later tonight. That's a Monday, every Monday, with Matt Zemek and Tim Prangley on the USC channel, 11 p.m. Eastern time. Also, Nebraska and Iowa Tuesday. That's every Tuesday. Huskers at 7 p.m. Eastern time, preceded by Iowa Live with Corey Brada at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. Hawkeyes have a big game against Penn State. Nebraska takes on Louisiana Tech. And then we've got a doubleheader of Big Ten action right here at the Voice of College Football. Also on Wednesday with Ohio State Buckeyes live at 11 a.m. Eastern time. And then we've got Michigan live at 5 with John D'Adamo. We have also lined up a conversation with Notre Dame media, possibly Ohio State, Wednesday at 8 o'clock Eastern time. And if you missed it today, you will want to check out our conversation with Nathan Erbach and John Kennedy, always Irish. Earlier today, we had a big time. We had a fun time talking Notre Dame, Ohio State. Check it out. That was a good live stream. That was a good one. Before we get to the games, let's get to your comments and see if there's anything worth talking about out there in the comments section. And then also, we want to round down, of course, week 4. We also have a watch party coming up Saturday night. Watch party. Who are we going to do that for? Ohio State and Notre Dame get together in South Bend, and we will watch it with you. So come on by, and we will take it in together. Andy getting us informed on Iowa Penn State. Hawkeyes have won the last 2 meetings. Kirk has a career record against Penn State of 10-8. Most people don't realize how good this series is. It has been a good series, and it should continue to be a good series because I got to think that Iowa's going to go in there ready to play. Penn State looked decent in certain areas and not so decent. Like they've got a lot to work on against Illinois, and Iowa is so much better, I believe, than Illinois. I didn't necessarily think that 3 weeks ago before the two teams started playing, but now I do believe that Illinois, it's not going to be their year. They are not a good football team. They're not a horrible football team. 5 turnovers, and they stayed in the game deep into the third quarter. Charisse goes Buckeyes 38-24. And certainly you are all having fun, or some of you are having fun, taking your shots at the head coach here. Yeah, that's an easy punchline to work through on Mel Tucker. The real MVP. Can we talk about how Kentucky football took 2 4-star recruits away from Michigan? We can. If you want to call and talk about it, we will. I was aware of that, not any specifics. So are we talking about athletes who were believed to be committed to Michigan? Not that they announced that they were committed to Michigan, but like Michigan was the team that the crystal balls were saying was the destination for these 2 4-stars, or was just Michigan in the mix with other schools, and you like the SEC taking athletes away from the Big Ten? All right. Nebraska, my goodness, not good news for the Huskers. They did win their first game under Matt Rule. They did that. However, they have lost 3 players for the season. 2 at the running back position And all players lost here are significant. So we've got an injury to sophomore starter Gabe Irvin, hip, and junior backup Ramir Johnson, shoulder. They've ended their seasons. Nebraska football head coach Matt Rule said on Monday. Anthony Grant is back at number 1 at running back, just like he was last season when he gained almost 1,000 yards with redshirt freshman Emmett Johnson and true freshman Quinton Ives backing him up. So the running back room got mighty thin in a hurry at Nebraska. Also out for the season is freshman defensive back Dwight Boodle, who injured a shoulder Saturday. The news is better regarding freshman defensive lineman Cameron Lendhart, who is expected to return to practice Tuesday after spraining an ankle during Saturday's game. What about Jeff Sims? He did not play against Northern Illinois. He practiced Sunday. And I know Nebraska fans, I know what you're thinking. I'm not going to say it. That would be mean. So he missed Saturday's game against NIU with an ankle injury while Heinrich Harburg took his place. And Matt Rule did not commit to who is going to be the starter on Saturday against Louisiana Tech. And again, Matt Rule picks up his first win of the season, but in true Husker style, the negatives outweigh the positives with 3 key injuries. All 3 of those players, or at least 2 of them, starting players, Boodle and Irvin, and then Ramir Johnson, one of the 3 running backs in the rotation. Let's get to it right here at the Voice of College Football. We got Real MVP on the line. Hello to Real. The Real MVP, what we're going to do is we'll take you backstage again. Let me know there in the chat when you are ready to roll. So we want to certainly size up some Kentucky versus Michigan recruiting and what that rivalry, what that's all about. Cade McNamara played, of course, Saturday for Iowa. He's been tending to a quad injury, but he seems to be okay. Luke Lachey, there's another big injury in the Big Ten. Luke Lachey, starting tight end for Iowa, who may be the best in the conference. So this came down from Kirk Ferentz. No, it didn't, because it didn't let me access that. Let's see if we have access here. Lachey went down in the first half with an apparent lower leg injury, did not return to the game. Kirk Ferentz addressed the media after the game Saturday, said Lachey's injury is fairly significant. Hawkeye should know more in the next few days. There is another news conference with the coach on Tuesday. And you've got Eric Gall, of course, one of the best tight ends in the Big Ten as well, but they like to use 2 tight ends there at Iowa on many occasions. So you got Steven Stylianos and Addison Ostrenga. They've gotten reps already this year, but this is going to fall on Eric Gall to produce for both of them. This does not look good for Luke Lachey, and Iowa football does not look good for Nebraska, losing a starting defensive back, starting running back, and a backup running back who plays significant time. All right, we invite you to call in, talk some Big Ten football with us. Week 4, let's get to it. And again, check out the live stream that we did earlier today with our Notre Dame contingent. That was fun. We did like full scale breakdowns of personnel, but when it got really fun was, of course, the back and forth, the trash talking, the trolling between Ohio State fans and Notre Dame fans. And we certainly took part in that. All right, let's see if DeReal can get through for us. DeReal MVP, what's going on tonight?
I think I got you, Mark, this time. My apologies.
Excellent. No worries.
So, yeah, these 2 football players, they're twins. both last name is Smith, so I'm just going to call them the Smith twins. They were committed to the University of Michigan. Dad was saying they were wearing Michigan gear around the house, hyped up to play for Michigan. But then, Kentucky's best recruiter, Coach Vince Marrow, went into the room and said, hey, you can be Kentucky football heroes because they're from Kentucky. They transferred their senior year to play football in the state of Kentucky at the high school level. And apparently he worked his magic to flip these two recruits from Michigan to Kentucky. And Mark, I think maybe it just means more to play at Kentucky. What do you say?
Well, I would say one thing is that these two players actually hail from the state of Kentucky, as you mentioned. So let's not say that in any way that they came from out of state or somewhere else. That would make it a little bit more impressive that they took these players away from Michigan. So let's understand that. They are from the state of Kentucky. They should be signing there.
I understand that, Mark, but the disparity of expectation and goals at Kentucky and Michigan is pretty large. And for Kentucky to take any recruits away from Michigan and Ohio State, at USC, any team like that, to me is impressive, in-state or out of state.
Well, I mean, I explained the first part of it. First of all, they're in-state recruits. That speaks volumes right there. Those are two excellent additions. I'm looking at their numbers right now. They're top 250 players in the country, both of them. Defensive line, edge rusher. And but then the other consideration would be that shoot, I lost my train of thought. In-state guys, and I had something else to throw your way in addition to that. But anyway, Jared Smith, Jacob Smith. Sure. No, that's great. Well, okay. The obvious would be they're brothers. They obviously have intent on going to school together. So if you get one, you get both. So they basically flipped one. They got both.
Mark, I'm not going to disagree at all. But you know what? I don't care, Mark. I really don't care because Kentucky got them and Michigan didn't. And that's all that matters to me. I don't care about all the advantages Kentucky had working for them. Hey, the matter of fact was 1 week ago they were committed to the University of Michigan. Today they're committed to the University of Kentucky. That's all that matters to me. And do you remember, Mark, all the Michigan fans saying our 2024 recruiting class is like number 3 in the country. It's going to be this great recruiting class. Me trashing them about their talent, just completely going away next year. Do you know where they're ranked right now, Mark?
Oh, I'm looking it up as we speak. Oh, they're down to 12.
Do you think that's talented enough to win a national championship, Mark? Because I don't think so.
It is not.
Okay. Can you repeat that for the Michigan man?
Number 12 in the recruiting rankings is not good enough. Meaning if you recruited 12 in 4 recruiting classes, that's not good enough to win a national championship. Number 2 is, I see who number 2 is right now.
I assume that would be the Ohio State Buckeyes.
It is. Just to take an example. There wasn't any particular reason why I mentioned them. That just a complete
coincidence.
Just as an example.
Right. Do you know where Michigan finished last year or in 2023 where they recruited?
I think they were 18 or 19.
Somewhere around there. But yet their fans acting like they've got like a 15-20% chance to win the national championship. I don't get it, Mark. Maybe you can help me out. I mean, I know they beat Bowling Green, UNLV, and somebody else. So obviously that means they're going 100-0 and winning the World Series. Is that right, Mark?
Well, I agree with you that the recruiting rankings have certainly backed it up that you have to recruit at an elite level to win a national championship. I believe Clemson was around 7 or 8 collectively as a recruiting class, and that was the lowest to win a national championship in this era.
Yeah, they were 9th in 2018, I believe.
Yes. Okay.
And every other team with 6 or higher. And, everybody's saying, oh, this is a crazy year. This is like 2007. Who played in the national championship in that 2007 season? Was it like a Western Kentucky-Illinois matchup? Who was it?
That would be LSU and Ohio State.
Are they usually pretty good football teams historically?
They've been able to get it done on occasion. Sure.
Okay, so would it be as shocking that underneath the top rungs that there's this chaos and then it ends up being basically the same two teams we all thought of? Would that completely shock anybody, Mark? Should that shock anybody?
No, I think we know who's the haves and the have-nots in all of this until further notice.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because, everybody acts like I'm brand new to college football all the time. But that's all I got for you. Fight on to the Smith brothers and fight on to Ohio State's little brother, the Michigan Wolverines.
Thanks, Surreal. Appreciate you. And I will kind of liken it to the first couple rounds of the NCAA men's basketball tournament where there's a bunch of upsets, but typically, and maybe this is not a great analogy, that the high seeds still win out, and then you got a Final Four that's typically like 2 1s, a 3, and a 4, or whatever. All right, this early turmoil of the college football season, I would say. We got Marty Leap here to talk some Penn State football with us. You can join Marty on Rivals. Marty, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, Mark. How are you?
I am doing just fine. Appreciate you being here. We wanted to tap Marty's knowledge on Penn State coming off the Illinois game. There's a lot of good to take away. There's some bad to take away. It's pretty easy to see. So I'll give you my quick take. I watched every play of the game, maybe checked out the last 5 minutes or so, but maybe couldn't run the ball as well as I would expect Penn State to be able to run the ball. Illinois' got a nice front. They've got some of the best players in the Big Ten up front, especially Johnny Newton might be, he's a wrecking crew unto himself. Drew Aller looked good at times, didn't look so good at times. You don't want him completing less than 50% of his passes. They got 5 turnovers, did not turn over the ball themselves. So you would have expected, I think, for it to be a little bit more comfortable than it was.
Yeah, really the biggest problem with Penn State on Saturday was just lack of execution from the offense. But I mean, the first road game of the year, first road start for Drew Aller, conference opponent. Like you said, Illinois' defense is much better than they had shown against Kansas. Johnny Newton was just a one-man wrecking crew. It did not matter where he lined up. It didn't matter if it was inside. He was pushing Fashanu around. He was a man possessed in that game. And without Newton, honestly, Penn State probably wins that thing by 30 plus. But you mentioned Drew. He definitely missed some throws in that game. I said during the game that that's a film he's going to learn a lot from, and then he's going to want to burn it and never watch it again. That said, he also was hurt by some drops. There was 3 balls that he put right on the money, 2 of which have been for first downs, 1 of which would have been a touchdown that were dropped. And there were 4 balls batted down to line of scrimmage. So, the 3 drops should have been caught, and of those 4 that were batted down, even if you complete 2 of those, his stat line looks a lot different. The drop in the end zone, Penn State settled for a field goal that drive. So again, that right there, puts it at 34-13 instead of 30. So yeah, I think the offense definitely a learning experience. I agree with you. They didn't run the balls quite as well as you had hoped. But again, a lot of that was Johnny Newton just wrecking it. And some of it was Nick Singleton, I think, got a little antsy at times. There were holes there he didn't see, tried to bounce things that just didn't work. But yeah, all in all, anytime you go on the road in the Big Ten and you win by 17, and you're winning by 20 plus when your starters come out, you're going to take that every time, especially when it's your first road game of the year and a quarterback making his first ever road start.
Marty Leap is here to talk some Penn State football with us. The Nittany Lions on the win column in the Big Ten with a road victory at Illinois, take on Iowa this week. So Illinois might have been a better football team slightly than Iowa last year, but certainly Iowa's a better program, expected to be better this year, probably has been a better team this year as Illinois struggled against, as you mentioned, on the road against Kansas. So we're talking a team that you could never envision turning the ball over 3 times, let alone 5 times. So they're not going to get those kind of gifts, Penn State from Iowa, you would think. Plus the defense is expected to be at its usual standard. So this is a pretty stern challenge.
Yeah, it's a big test without a doubt. Now, I mean, you look at Iowa, some of the things today, you already knew they're going to be without the tight end, Lachey, who's their best offensive weapon after dislocating his ankle this past Saturday. And today, when they released their depth chart for the week, neither of their top 2 running backs are present. So there might be an Iowa offense that's really hamstrung on Saturday. But with Iowa, like, I feel like it doesn't matter because if they win, it's going to be because of their defense anyway. So it should be a good test. It's going to be the whiteout for Penn State, so that place is going to be juiced up. A lot of fans still have some bad blood about that 2021 game in Iowa City where Penn State looked like they were on their way to just romping Iowa that day until Sean Clifford got hurt. There were some comments made by Kirk Ferentz after the game that I know did not sit well with Penn State fans and Penn State coaches alike. So it should be a great atmosphere Saturday night. It should be a great game. I definitely think it's a good litmus test, though, for this Penn State offense because if they can come out, they've scored 30 points and it's either 10 or 11 straight games now. And the only other time they did this in the James Franklin era, it was Iowa who snapped the streak. So if they can come out Saturday and keep that 30-point streak alive, I think you're going to feel really good about this offense. And I think it's safe to say they'll have a good bounce back performance. But regardless, should be a great game Saturday night, a good test for Penn State's offense. And like I said, regardless of what Iowa does or doesn't have available offensively, when you're playing the Hawkeyes, it's that defense, it's the pick sixes, it's those things that worry you because Iowa does it better than just about anybody. But yeah, definitely should be a great game on Saturday.
They do, and it's crazy the regularity at which they turn defense into offense at Iowa. This has been going on now for 20 plus years under Kirk Ferentz. They lead the nation in defensive and special teams touchdowns during that time. And it seems extremely random for most teams across the country, but for them, there's obviously a secret sauce because they continue to do it. On the injury note, as Marty mentions, that would be Jazz Patterson was their backup quarterback who had a big day against Iowa State the previous week. So he's nicked up. And also Caleb Johnson was held out of the game. Their starting running back who gained about 900 yards last year. So they relied on LaShawn Williams, 12 carries for $145 against Western Michigan. So yeah, trying to get the running game going against Iowa is not going to be an easy task. Your thoughts about the offensive line, Nick Singleton, of course, Katron Allen. I got to think that they're not really at fault here. Maybe anything that you see with play calling that they could do differently?
I'm not super worried about play calling. I will say that, when it was all said and done against Illinois last week, and again, I say take this with the caveat that Johnny Newton was you watched the game, Mark. You saw how he was. He was just determined to win that game for Illinois. Penn State still ran for 164 yards. They still averaged over 4 yards per carry. You'll take that every time against the defensive line featuring a player like Newton. And, I think with Penn State too, some of that comes with the change in expectations this year, right? Like this team's viewed as a team that could legitimately contend for college football playoff berth. So, you're going to hold them to a little bit of higher standard, but I'm not worried about the play calling. I thought Mike Yursich called a terrific game against Illinois. Again, there was a lot of poor execution between drops, balls getting batted down. A couple of times Nick Singleton had holes he didn't see and tried to bounce outside. I think they'll be okay. I think against Iowa, it's never easy to run the ball against Iowa, but at the same time, Iowa doesn't have Johnny Newton, so that'll help as well. I think Iowa's defense as a whole is probably better than Illinois', but when you don't have that one game record, it can be easier to move the ball. I think if Penn State's offensive line could come out and play how they played against Illinois overall and still average 4 or so yards per carry, you're going to be happy. And again, it's the whiteout. It's hard to explain to people who have never been to one or don't, follow Penn State religiously. That atmosphere makes things happen. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see Singleton's due. He has not had a big, I think his longest rush this year is like 16 yards. His longest pass reception is like 25. He is due. I won't be surprised to see him get it Saturday night and rip off a 40, 50, 60-yard run or get a pass in the flats and go for 40 yards. But yeah, I think if Penn State's offensive line can just play how they've played, they'll be all right. They played better against Illinois than I think it seemed on the first watch from going back and rewatching the game. So if they come out and repeat that performance, I see no reason they can't average 4 or so yards per carry again. And hey, you'll take that all day because 4 yards a clip's going to get you first down. So it will be a big test for the offensive line, but I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, the whiteout can be a major force. Much like what Penn State's experienced going on the road at Iowa at Kinnick Stadium, in which they've had at times significantly or decidedly better or more talented teams, and they've run into the Hawkeyes. Of course, lost the last time there, as Marty mentioned. The time before, I believe, was the Trace McSorley touchdown in the back of the end zone with 1 second left on the clock, or just a picture-perfect Iowa formula to come that close to pull off an upset. They did everything they possibly could to suppress Saquon Barkley and Penn State's Chris Godwin, whoever was in play there. That would have been 2017 or 2017.
Yeah.
The team that won the Fiesta Bowl. So, yeah, it's an interesting series. It's been a close series. And going back to what you mentioned about the controversy at the end of the previous matchup 2 years ago in 21. So Sean Clifford left the game. I believe Penn State was up 7-zip, 10-zip.
They were up 14-3
14-3
at a third down deep in Iowa territory. The Clifford got hit on the throw, and the throw sailed. Would have been a touchdown had he been able to hit it on the money. Got held to a field goal to make it 17-3, and he never came back in after that third down play. So they were well on their way, it seemed, to winning it and probably winning it easily.
And the backup Roberson, Taquan Roberson, right?
Correct. He's at
who
UConn
has since
now.
gone to like UConn or
UConn.
He was about as lost as a quarterback, as a backup quarterback for a big time program as I've seen.
Yeah, there were plays where they literally could not get the snap off. Like he didn't know the snap count. He didn't know the cadence. I mean, now some of that obviously falls back on coaching. You should have your backup quarterback more prepared than that. But it was his first, I think only like the second or third game he'd ever played in, first non-garbage time at Kinnick. That's a recipe for disaster for just about any quarterback.
So was the controversy that Franklin insinuated that Penn State would have won the game, or was it the hit on Clifford?
Oh, no, it wasn't even the hit on Clifford. What had happened was, as the game went on, PJ Mustipher, which was maybe even as big as the Clifford injury, tore his ACL. And then Arnold Ebiketie was dealing with an ankle injury. And when Mustipher was down, there was an Iowa. Did you ever see the meme of the Iowa guy holding his shoulder in the stands, acting like he's hurt? That's where it came from. And then when Ebiketie got hurt, Iowa's special teams coordinator was flopping around on the sidelines, suggesting he was faking the injury because, you really need to fake injuries to slow down that high-paced, fast-moving Iowa offense. And then after the game, Kirk Ferentz made a comment about how Penn State was faking injuries and he can smell a rat and da-da-da-da-da. And I think the reason that really hit home was, A, they weren't, and B, like PJ Mustipher tore his ACL, did not play the rest of the year, and was never the same player again. Like he went from probably a top 100 draft pick to a guy that's not even on an NFL roster since that injury. So that was the big controversy coming out of it on Penn State's end, is I know those comments did not sit well with the coaching staff. And even though no coach would ever admit something like this, I can guarantee you from buzz I've heard and talking to people that if Ohio State and Michigan aside, if there's one game they've had circled on the calendar this year, it's this one. That's what really irked Penn State people coming out of the game, because injuries happen. You know what I mean? Your quarterback gets hurt, you lose a game. That happens all the time in football, unfortunately. But it was the comments of Kirk Ferentz after the game and the actions of his coaches on the sidelines during the game that really, left a really bad taste in people's mouth, even more so than the fact they lost the game.
And we've got these two playing on CBS in the first Big Ten match. No, they've had other Big Ten matchups. They had Northwestern and
game. Yeah,
they've had a couple prime time CBS.
Yeah, they've had a couple noon and 3:30 games so far.
Yes.
This will be the first Big Ten primetime game on CBS.
There we go. And for old timers like me, we remember the Big Ten being on CBS a long, long time ago. But the Big Ten,
even people of my age, I'm excited to. I grew up with Nestler and Danielson on ABC calling Big Ten games. So seeing them together calling the Big Ten on CBS is a lot of fun. Like that takes me back to my childhood even.
And I think they're happy to be calling a decent game.
Yes.
Because the way they sit in the pecking order, they're not going to get the best games in the Big Ten. No. They'll get the second or third. And depending on how that sets, may not be a great game. And they've called, some less than stellar games thus far to start the season, but they get a good one here with Iowa and Penn State. Anything else on this one that we missed? If Penn State needs a late field goal, Alex Felkins appears like he's up to the task.
Yeah, I will say, I think probably the most pleasant surprise through 3 weeks has been Alex Falcons, just simply because there were so many questions about the kicking game coming into the year. And then against West Virginia in the first half, Sandra Sahadak misses 2 very easy field goals. But in the second half of that game, Falcons came in, made all his extra points, made a field goal, made all his extra points against Delaware, made them all against Illinois. 3 for 4 on field goals against Illinois, including a 45-yarder. And the only one he missed was from 52 and got blocked. And even if he would have missed it, you're never going to be upset at a kicker for missing a 52-yard field goal, especially in that situation, because there was, I think like a minute and a half left until halftime. So, yeah, I think Falcons definitely has really settled things down there. And I said this after the game on Saturday. Again, this is something James Franklin would never admit, but the series where their offense kind of flamed out after the one turnover and Falcons had to attempt a 45-yard field goal as a result, you might not be totally tore up, especially in a game you knew you were going to win, because, hey, if nothing else, for his own confidence and momentum to hit a 45-yard field goal on the road, hostile environment, conference play, that can be big. I've always said kicking is very similar to hitting in baseball. It's 90% mental. You've got to have that mindset, and you've got to be in a good rhythm and a good routine with your feet, just like you need to be in a good rhythm and a good routine with your swing at the plate. And I think Falcons is there right now. And that, like I said, if you had to ask me for my biggest pleasant surprise through 3 weeks, it would undoubtedly be Alex Falcons.
Good stuff from Marty. I expect this one to be a good one. I sent out a tweet this week asking for people to select the best game, the best matchup for them if they could only watch one game this week. And I had several people discounting Penn State, Iowa as some kind of snooze fest. But where I sit, this is great stuff. This is great stuff. Marty, appreciate you stopping by. Join Marty on Penn State's Rivals site. What's the best way to get there, Marty? We got your Twitter handle there, but the best way to find your work.
Yeah, best way to find us. Through Penn State Rivals, obviously, but we're Happy Valley Insider. So just go ahead, type it up, Google it, Happy Valley Insider, Penn State Rivals, whatever you want to type in. Either way, it'll take you there, and that's where you can find all our work, and we'll continue to have you covered throughout the season.
Thanks, Marty. Enjoy the game.
Mark. Thank you. Talk soon.
Marty Lee, Penn State Rivals, always did a great job for us. Always give Marty a call to get the latest on Penn State recruiting included. This is the Big Ten live show here at the Voice of College Football. We come your way every Monday, 6 Eastern. We take it for 4 hours. 4 hours of Big Ten coverage. I take you to 8 o'clock Eastern time, and then I run off to continue to work for the channels, produce content. I've got an Oregon record actually at 8 o'clock Eastern time, but your host at 8 o'clock Eastern is, of course, John D'Adamo, and he will take you home. We've got our USC live show coming up at 11 Eastern. The Amazon link's in the description section of all the videos, including this one. Amazon link in the description section. Just grab it, put it somewhere where you will not forget it when you do your shopping. Or you could do your Amazon shopping as you listen to the show. You could do that. You could try that. Grab the Amazon link. If you ever have any issues with it, let me know, because otherwise everybody that's used it said it's easy. It's just like the link that I currently use. And so therefore you help us grow and build the channel if you use the Amazon link, and it doesn't cost you a penny. So this is the one way in which you can help us grow and build the channel without spending a penny. So we appreciate that. All right, let's get to it. Let's run down the games for week 4. Also keeping in mind, we will be live with you. And even though this is going to cause me partially to miss some of the Iowa Penn State game, because I'll need to be laser focused on Ohio State Notre Dame, we have a Ohio State Notre Dame watch party right here. Be here. Mark that down as well. Make sure you don't miss it. And if you're the type person that has to be glued on the game with no distractions, you can still join us for the watch party. And during the commercials, type in your little comments, do a little trolling and talking and trash talking and give your analysis, whatever that might be. Or for some of you, you like a lot of activity. You grew up in this age of 18 screens in front of you, and you're constantly typing things and hearing things and seeing things, and you're just built that way. Well, join us for the watch party. Again, I'm going to be laser focused on Ohio State and Notre Dame, but I will have the Penn State. There is no way I can go and not have Penn State, Iowa on at the same time. Those are the two best games in prime time. I don't know if there's another one to that degree. As our buddy Jackson is letting everyone know, exclusive live streams, watch parties, predictions, betting advice, and insider looks. And don't ask me what my betting record was, or my prediction record, we will call it. It's for entertainment purposes only. Yes, I had a rough week. 9-13 against the spread. 9-13 against the spread. I don't know what I was against the money line. Not a good week of selecting games, but join us on Patreon. So you get the same benefits on Patreon as you do with the YouTube membership. Same thing. We make sure that you get the same Discord link, whether it's YouTube or Patreon. We don't want you to have to make a decision. Just grab one of them. You're all set. Hey, if you want to join both of them, that's great. We appreciate that. Yes, this is documented fact right here that Michigan does only have 1% chance when they've been back-to-back college football playoff teams. Sounds like a logical calculation. Well, that's the famous statistic arrived at by the real MVP. And yes, 20-something. Guess I'll have to have a third screen on Colorado, Oregon. No, I believe that's a 3:30 Eastern game. And let's get to the schedule right now, shall we? In the Big Ten, I love a good Friday night game. And we get a decent one here. You got Wisconsin at Purdue, where the Badgers always beat the Boilers. They just own this series. Wisconsin's coming off a marginal effort against Georgia Southern. Georgia State, Georgia Southern. Now I'm forgetting which one. Georgia Southern, Georgia State. They were down 14-7. They came back and won 35-14. No Braylon Allen in that game. We'll have to check on his availability. Wisconsin at Purdue. Purdue played what was fairly close against Syracuse as a slight underdog, but Syracuse pulled away with Garrett Schrader having a huge night, 35-20 over the Boilers. As Badger and Bournemouth is letting us know, the Badgers have won 16 straight against Purdue. Even in Purdue's division championship season last year, could not beat Wisconsin. Elsewhere in the conference, let's size it up. Rutgers at Michigan. Scarlet Knights led that game at halftime last year. They also played Michigan down to the wire. Not down to the wire. Correct me there. But close to down to the wire. Only a one-score loss for Rutgers 2 years ago in Ann Arbor, I believe 20-13. And there was a missed field goal there in the fourth quarter that would have made it even more interesting. Michigan coming off that lackluster showing against Bowling Green. I don't really count that in any way in my evaluation of Michigan football. Excellent football team. By standard evaluation, just thinking of it logically based on evaluation of the coaching staff, the quarterback, the way the team performed last season, the way the team has gained transfers, lost some NFL talent, with all that taken into consideration, Michigan's one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the country, and I would rank them number 2 right now. So Michigan hosting Rutgers and Jim Harbaugh back on the sideline. Florida Atlantic, they are coming off a loss against Clemson where they got completely annihilated. I know it's 34-0 at one point. FAU with Casey Thompson at quarterback, Tom Herman on the sideline at Illinois, and the Illini could sure use an easy win. Barely beat Toledo. got drubbed at Kansas, lost this last game against Penn State. They need just to get a win, and they should win this easily. They should. And Luke Altmaier needs a good game to gain back some confidence and really work through progressions and reading defenses and not making lousy throws and bad decisions. Maryland at Michigan State. Oh boy, here we go. So Talia Tagovailoa is salivating. He can't wait for Saturday. Did you see this Michigan State defense against Washington? The team probably, for one thing, they've probably given up all hope. They're in disarray. They've got this clown as a head coach who will no longer be there. Maybe that will help. We've seen these kind of situations, although this is a different one all unto itself. These kind of situations galvanize a team to some degree. So we've seen that in the past. But man, Michigan State was bad against Washington. That was just a lousy matchup too. That was one of the teams in college football, one of the 4 or 5 that was best equipped to completely expose Michigan State. Not just go in there and ho-hum to a win, but Michael Penix had 500 yards. He didn't even play the complete game. Michigan State had 700, or Washington had 713 total yards of offense, and they pulled Michael Penix in favor of Dylan Morris and ran the ball in the fourth quarter. It still racked up over 700 yards of total offense. Could have had 900. So now Talia Tagovailoa, Jay-Sean Jones and company, Corey Dyches at tight end, all looking to put up big numbers in East Lansing. Louisiana Tech and Nebraska. Of course, we talked about the 3 big injuries at Nebraska, 3 of their best players going down for the season. We talked with Marty Leap just a few minutes ago, Penn State, Iowa. Our Iowa show is coming up on Tuesday night. Tuesday night, 5:30 Eastern with Corey Bratta from the Hawkeye of the Storm. So everybody round it up on Tuesday. Join us for Hawkeyes Live and the big show previewing the Penn State game. Akron at Indiana. Hoosiers should be able to run into somebody here that they can handle, much like Indiana State a couple of weeks ago. Minnesota at Northwestern. Gophers should be a healthy favorite there. And then the huge national game of Ohio State, Notre Dame. We are going to be churning out the content on this game. So just stay locked in. All right, to the phone lines. And we've got Dan checking in. Dan, what's going on tonight? Hello, Dan, the common man. Hey, Dan.
Hello, am I live?
You are live. What's going on?
Well, not much. Apologies for the mic issues. I've been having those lately.
Oh, that's fine.
So, I assume that we've all heard about Gabe Irvin Jr. and Ramir Johnson going down for Nebraska.
Yeah, I mentioned that off the top and kind of ran down those entries along with Dwight Boodle.
Yeah, that I didn't really watch much Big Ten games. I did see the Wisconsin game, to which that game was pretty close through it till the fourth quarter, and I still have my doubts about Wisconsin being a passing team instead of a running team. I really wish for Wisconsin's sake that they would go back to that running game, because they were still pretty good on the ground. They had 100. Their leading rusher had 143 yards. They don't look good when they run the ball, when they throw the ball. They missed a lot of wide open passes again. And I don't know. I don't really have much beyond the Nebraska game, to which I felt like that was a horror show to watch, even though we won and gave up a touchdown in the end. It was a horror show.
So Nebraska scored 35 points. So you weren't even impressed in that way?
No, not really. I mean, this is what we seem to do on a year-to-year basis. Last year, North Dakota put up 38 when we should have, I don't know, feel like we should have 50. Like, I feel like that should have been the score at halftime. The fact that the score was 14-3 at halftime, it still puts me on my heels because I don't know. I know that we're not going to be good for another 3 years at least at the rate we're going. But when our injuries keep stacking up like this, I keep having my doubts. They're not going to win very much. Sorry if I'm.
Well, they should win this week.
Well, I'm not even sure that they'll win this week. I mean, last year they lost. They had a better team and they lost to Georgia Southern.
You think they had a better team last year?
Yeah, without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, if we had.
What you come to that conclusion how?
Because I kind of blame last year on the coaching staff because we didn't tackle. I don't know if you saw it, but Nebraska came out last year and said that they were not practicing tackling.
Yes.
Last year, if Nebraska had tackled, I think that changes everything because we put up 42. Because last year Nebraska put up 42 on Georgia Southern, but the defense gave up 45, and most of those came off of missed tackles. And if I can find it.
Well, that's part of your evaluation on last year's team, though.
Yeah.
That if they couldn't tackle, then and this year's team can tackle.
Yeah, well, but the offense is worse. The offense was better last year. It's worse this year.
Yeah, as long as Casey Thompson was on the field.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as long as Casey Thompson was on the field, it was all right. The running game wasn't very good, but we would throw. I think we averaged like 250 yards last year per game in passing, which isn't terrible. So I don't know. I don't really have a lot to say. Just some thoughts going through my head.
Yeah, this seems to be the team in the Big Ten that gets hit with the first significant injuries of the season. Along with Iowa, they lose their tight end, who's one of the best in the Big Ten, one of the best in the country. But yeah, 2 in the running back room. That's a big loss.
Yeah, that's all I got. And it's not like Nebraska has a very hard schedule. They have a pretty easy one as far as I'm concerned. LA Tech, Illinois, Northwestern, Purdue, Michigan State, Maryland, like those are some easy games right there. And it feels like every game that Nebraska plays is like within reach. I even felt like that Colorado game was in reach, at least in the first half. But when we start turning the ball over, that's where everything goes.
Yeah, if they just had competent quarterback play in both of those games, if they had it against Minnesota, they would have won for sure.
Yeah.
If they had it against Colorado, that would have been quite a ball game.
Yeah, it would have been a lot closer.
And our Graw in the chat is asking whether you said Maryland is easy.
Well, not yeah, I think that's relatively easy.
You think Nebraska is going to win that game relatively easily?
No. Like it's not. Okay. No, not that that will win it easily, but like that's an easier team to beat than the rest of the Big Ten teams in there. Like not certainly not the hardest. Maybe like a mid team, like a 8-4 team that we could beat. Sort of like Minnesota almost. They're not great, but they ain't bad either.
Fair enough. All right, Dan. Anything else?
No, that's all I got, man.
Thanks for being here.
Yep.
We keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. We appreciate Falconer TRX making it over from the Miami channel So Falconer TX, we appreciate you and the super sticker. Good stuff right there. And there's the Big Ten schedule. And once again, the two obvious headliners followed by, is there another game that really that's it. It's those two games. And normally Maryland at Michigan State would be a okay game, but the rest of those games are a wipeout, washout, just awful. Minnesota Northwestern could be close. Could be. Michigan State would really have to pull it together to hang with Maryland. I don't necessarily see that. So it's two enormous games of the Big Ten, and it's basically ignore the conference the rest of the way because, yeah, just ugly games. Defiance here tonight. Defiant, what's going on tonight?
Nothing much, Mark. How's it going?
I am doing just fine.
That's good. That's good. So, I wasn't here. I didn't watch any of the games, but I did see the Michigan State score, and I know you talked about earlier about the whole situation over there. Which I want to say first, it's a horrible situation to be in for, student athletes in Michigan State, also the faculty, but, he has lots of responsibilities, and I think that's one of the things he should have been kept in check for, But the Big Ten West, Big Ten West is always one of those divisions, nobody knows who's going to win. And I saw that Minnesota won. Are they potentially the front runner for the division this year? Because Wisconsin lost Washington State week 2. I thought Wisconsin and Nebraska would be, the two teams potentially vying for that division because Illinois, look at Illinois, they haven't been good. Northwestern's not that good. Purdue's not that good. So I thought maybe one of those teams would contend, but it looks like maybe Minnesota's contending this year.
Well, just to clarify, Minnesota did not win Saturday.
Well, I meant like they won their first conference game. I meant the conference game. I didn't mean about. Yeah, that's what I meant. My bad. Okay. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, so in the conference, Minnesota picks up a fairly significant win in the division. And other than that, have we had anything else in division play yet?
Not by the looks of
not.
It. No,
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, not by the looks of it. I know again, Rutgers Northwestern played, but that was an East and West division matchup, not a all West division matchup.
I really see only Minnesota and Wisconsin challenging Iowa. I was considering Illinois, and I actually believe Illinois was the best team in the division last year, even though they did not win the division. I believe they played the best, had the best team, and by the looks of the last 2 weeks, and I know they were playing Penn State, who's a tremendous team, but Luke Altmaier was pretty lost in that game, and Illinois' defense, losing its defensive coordinator Ryan Walters to Purdue, and top three round draft selections has certainly taken a toll on its defense. So I'm expecting Iowa in the lead, Wisconsin and Minnesota close behind.
I do agree with that, Mark, but I just maybe don't see Iowa winning it because I know again last year they could score. They struggled last year scoring. This year they can kind of score a little bit more, but I think Iowa. I don't think the offense is there, right? I don't think the offense is there again. I think what wrong about Minnesota. I think they could potentially squeak by in this division because I think they have again the most complete. I think they have the most complete team in the West, and one of the few teams that I think could compete against one of the teams in the East because they have played good competition. I know again they lost to North Carolina over the weekend, but North Carolina is a good team themselves, contender in the ACC. But I think Minnesota can roll the boat a little bit, run the table a little bit last couple weeks of the season and potentially win this Big Ten West because it's wide open. It's one of the most wide open divisions in college football.
Yeah. I don't know if they're going to be running the table late in the season because I know one of their last couple of games is against Ohio State. So this is one mark against Minnesota, and one big disadvantage is that they are the only team in the division that has to play both Ohio State and Michigan. So those are almost two automatic losses.
No, I definitely agree. But again, out of those two teams though, Mark, they play Michigan State at home, they play Illinois at home, they do travel to Iowa, they travel to Northwestern, and they play Wisconsin at home. Those are winnable games right there. Those are a couple winnable games at home. I know they're not against good competition, but those are winnable games. Maybe besides the Iowa game.
Well, if they are playing Ohio State and Michigan, which they are, and you're telling me that you expect them to lose at Iowa, I don't know how that wouldn't make Iowa the favorite.
Well, let's look at Iowa's schedule. Iowa doesn't play anybody good at home, but they do play Nebraska, and I think Nebraska and Wisconsin could upset Iowa. They both play them at home. I know Nebraska's not that good, but I think they can upset them. I think Luke Fickell, Wisconsin, could upset Iowa at home. Even though Wisconsin lost to Washington State, I still think Wisconsin's good. Again, this is Luke Fickell's first year, but I do give him a lot of credit for what he's done in Wisconsin so far.
Okay, so you are basically picking Minnesota to win the division, correct?
Yes.
Did you have the same prediction before the season started, or is there something happened that?
Well,
This
I
conversation
was
changed
on
your
the
mind?
Nebraska hype train at first. Again, like I think everybody was on Nebraska hype train for them to, maybe contend this year. But, again, watching this division the last couple of years, it's Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. I think those are the top 3 teams in the division. They might not played like it the last couple of years, but those have always been my top 3 teams.
They haven't?
In the West.
Iowa and Minnesota have not played like the 2 best teams in the West.
Well, I put Wisconsin in that conversation too. I said the top 3 teams.
Well, they had a down year last year.
Yeah,
for
but
them,
overall though, in the past 5 to 10 years, and the Big
for
Ten,
the last 5 or 10 years, it's been Iowa and Wisconsin. Wisconsin's actually had the best record of anyone in that division over the course of the life of that division.
True, very true, very true. But no, those are my top 3 teams. Like for the most part, those are my top 3 teams.
Well, I think that's everybody's top 3 teams.
Yeah, no, definitely, yeah. But again, Illinois could possibly make a case. But again, losing to Kansas, I know Kansas is pretty good, but losing to Kansas though, I believe Illinois was kind of the better team heading to that game. They just made a lot of struggles, a lot of turnovers and everything. So Kansas won that game. Shout out to Kansas. But again, I think it's gonna be a tie. I'm not saying one team is gonna win, lose one game or whatever. I think it's gonna be a tie at the top.
Okay, Defiant, I'm going to take your own logic and we're going to apply it to the schedule. I've got Iowa's schedule up here.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it fine. Yeah.
Who are they going to lose to in the conference?
Let's see. Penn State might be one of those losses. I know they're playing at Penn State. They're beating Michigan. They're beating Purdue. It's going to either come down between Wisconsin and Minnesota. I think those are the 2 games you got to look at that Iowa could potentially lose in the division.
Tell me who they're losing to.
Okay, so let's see here. Wisconsin. If Wisconsin's good, I'm seeing losing to Wisconsin. If Wisconsin's playing okay, I can see Iowa winning that game.
Okay, again, you're picking Minnesota to win the division, so we're just going through the exercise.
No.
Who Iowa is going to lose to.
I understand, Mark. I understand what you're trying to do here. No, I understand it. No, I'm just trying to think logically here of where would the losses be at if I was, controlling this, if this hypothetical world, if I could pick who Iowa will lose to. So I'll have them lose. I have them lose to Minnesota because I have Minnesota having a tiebreaker.
How about Wisconsin?
Again, if Wisconsin's playing good, if they're
going to lose to both of those teams.
Yeah, we'll have to lose to both of them. I need Minnesota to have the tiebreaker.
So those 3.
That's how
they're going to lose those 3.
It.
Look at the last 4 games of the season. Are they going to lose any of those games?
They're going to be Northwestern. Northwestern sucks. They're going to be Rutgers because I think Rutgers is not that good anymore.
Okay.
Illinois, they're not going to beat. They're going to beat Illinois. I'm sorry, Illinois is not going to beat them. And then Nebraska again. First year head coach there, Nebraska, and Mr. Rule there. Let's see. I have him at 2 losses. Correct right now. I have him 2 losses.
3.
I have him at 3 losses. Okay.
Penn State, Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Oh yes, Penn State. Yeah, Penn State.
I know you're figuring out how you're going to get Minnesota this division.
I know.
So
I feel like a Minnesota. I feel like a
see.
Minnesota fan right now. I feel like a Minnesota fan, even though I'm not. I feel like a Minnesota fan right now. Just trying to predict how.
All right. So they're sitting at 6-3 or 5-4 if they lose to Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's Minnesota's Big Ten schedule. They, of course, have already won 1 game against Nebraska. So who are they going to lose to?
Okay, let's see. So, let's see. Northwest. They're going to lose to Michigan.
Okay.
Okay, so they're 1-1 right now, hypothetically, if they beat Northwestern.
2-1.
2-1. Yeah, 2-1. Thank you. It's okay. 2-1.
You said that Minnesota's going to go to Iowa and win that game.
I did say that, yes, because I have Minnesota winning at the tiebreaker. I have them winning at the tiebreaker.
So
hypothetically, I somehow have Minnesota and Iowa having the same Big Ten record overall. But
so Minnesota, are they going to lose to Ohio State?
yes, they're going to lose to Ohio State.
So they're going to lose to Ohio State and Michigan, and they're only going to lose one other game, and it can't be to Iowa, or they're not going to win the division based on your scenario.
Wait, I think I screwed myself up here. Hold on. When I was thinking this, I had Iowa and Minnesota tying, but I had Minnesota having the tiebreaker. Like they beat Iowa at Iowa.
All right.
I haven't tied on the division record, on the Big Ten record.
All right. I got you.
So let's see. Hypothetically, I would have Iowa Big Ten record at 6-3 or 5-4. So I got to figure out where else potentially Minnesota will lose at.
No, you're fine. You got it. You got it covered.
No, yeah. Thank you, Mark.
You got Minnesota losing to Ohio State and Michigan.
Yeah.
And then they can lose one other game because you think that they are going to go to Iowa and win.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to clarify. I just
no.
All right.
Because sometimes I think differently in my head than what I'm like, I try to say. So I'm trying to think here. Okay. Wisconsin could be that loss because, again, I do have it being Iowa. I think what's going on at Michigan State, they're going to probably beat Michigan State. Illinois is not that good. Purdue's not that good. So realistically, I could see them losing to Wisconsin, but they could slip up between Iowa and Ohio State.
All right, Defiant. Anything else?
No, Mark, that's all I had to say.
I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Mark. You too.
All right. We were languishing on the Minnesota and Iowa schedules just a little long there. All right. Welcome into the Voice of College Football, everyone. As you can see in the chat, we appreciate our Michigan man, Moose, who has dropped all sorts of promotions for us. Look at this. We got Hero Soap Company. So my goodness, we haven't promoted this for a long time, but we appreciate Michigan man Moose because this is a tremendous company that is a sponsorship with us. Veteran owned. They donate back to veteran charities, all naturally made products. I have tried them. They've sent them to me, shipped them to me. I've used them all. Highest quality. Get 10% off by using the promo code Mark. And there you go. HeroSoapCompany.com. And that's right in the description section of all the videos. You find a wealth of information there in the description section of the videos. It's amazing. You could probably just read it every day. Just look at it and just immerse yourself in the description section. And then, of course, we've got aura.com/MarkRogersTV. Get a free 14-day trial. You can secure your finances, information, identity. Identity theft is a horrible thing. Believe me, it's a bad, bad thing. You don't want to be there. Try out Aura. That's a 14-day free trial. And the per month charge is only like $8 or $9. So we're not talking about some exorbitant cost to secure your identity, your information, your family information, finances, all that business right there. Aura.com/MarkRogers right there. All right, let's get to our next call. We got Kevin Knight here. Kevin, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. Kevin, I am going to guess that you're with the Only Colors.
Not quite. Spartans Illustrated.
Spartans Illustrated.
Yep.
Well, I apologize for that. So I sent out a ton of links for media. So you have answered the call. Spartans Illustrated. Very nice. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for that. It's quite the turmoil, quite the situation going on there in East Lansing. So, what is your take on all of this in regards to Mel Tucker? Obviously, they have found it to be a justified firing. And
yeah, it certainly seems like there was very little doubt once he admitted to what he did, just in terms of the fact that ignoring the fact that the allegations and the sexual harassment investigation are ongoing, whether or not he's found to be guilty of that or not in the view of the school's independent counselor overseeing that investigation and ultimate determination. Frankly, his conduct is certainly unbecoming of the office and violates his contract terms. And actually, Spartans Illustrated was who broke the news today that Michigan State served him with their notice of intent to terminate his contract effective next Tuesday. So technically, he has not actually been fired today. He was told he's going to be fired effectively next Tuesday in less legal parlance.
All right, folks, you heard it right there. So to dig deeper on this and get the full details, Spartans Illustrated, the first to break this. So check out their work, and that's just SpartansIllustrated.com.
Yes, or MichiganState.rivals.com as well.
Perfect. So the Rivals site for Michigan State right there with Kevin Knight. Kevin, we appreciate you stopping by. So before we get to football, we'll dive a little bit deeper into this, although, I think it's fairly cut and dry, because when this story broke, and then that was late Saturday night a week ago, and then we dug into it on Sunday, had some folks on and read through all the various reports. My thought was, okay, after Mel Tucker then made his statement rebuffing a lot of the allegations to an extent, at least from a consensual standpoint, I thought, okay, he's still going to get fired because this is unethical, unsavory behavior for a married man, and to be conducting himself this way also with not an employee of the university, but as it's stated in the statement by the athletic director Haller that you guys posted today as well. This is someone who, because of the contract with the university, could file a sexual misconduct claim because of having spoken to the football team. So it's just ludicrous. The behavior aside, ludicrous that he would, make this his target.
Exactly. I mean, and I just reinforce the fact that he himself is the one who approached Brenda Tracy about speaking to the university and working with the university. And he's the one who's responsible for her becoming in the words of the Michigan State, a university vendor. And then he proceeds to have at least by his own admission, using those words and not speaking specifically to the allegations made against them, since there are still allegations at this time. I mean, he openly admits that he was having a romantic relationship with a university vendor who he was responsible for the university hiring in the first place and directing financial resources of the university to her, all while being in his own language an unhappy marriage. He's still in the marriage that no fault divorce is for. So, I mean, it's impossible for somebody who is supposed to be leading college-aged men and going into high school recruits' homes and talking to their parents and the recruits about how he's going to welcome them to East Lansing in a college setting and help raise them to be outstanding, upstanding men, so to speak. And I mean, you can't be in this job and do that, particularly with what's publicly available on what you did in these actions. I mean, I would not want to be a fly on the wall.
Absolutely. It's just, when I first read this on that Saturday night, we were doing a call-in show after all the games, and it's late night, and people are telling me in the chat, you got to read up on this. These reports are coming down about Mel Tucker. And so we start to dig into it and again, revisited on Sunday. And I thought, as soon as I hit who his quote unquote victim was, it was just, if it wasn't so serious, it was just ludicrous and laughable and amusing that, it's one thing to be immoral and unethical, those things, but then to have the stupidity for that to be your target, for that person to be the one that you pursue, who is the rape survivor, who is the person who is in speaking engagements and an activist in this area. It's just, you couldn't make this up. The one thing I will say, not necessarily in his defense per se, but if you do read his statement, I don't know what the university policy is or his specific contract on having a romantic relationship with another employee. Obviously people have all sorts of relationships at work with other people, and they're conducted in such a way that they're not controversial, and uh, they're okay within company policy, possibly if there's not a reporting status there, not a boss employee relationship, they work in separate departments, whatever the case might be. So that was the one thing that I saw there, that if he did back it up with a lot of phone records and so forth, that if taken as factual, would indicate that she did consent to these conversations.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly in that regard. Yeah, I mean, there's always examples of people who have romantic relationships at work and policies that are in place in those settings for when that happens. But I mean, frankly, at the end of the day, there's usually some type of reporting structure for that, which it seems like was not followed here for that. And again, also, was not single at the time, and in his public facing position, I think based on the contract wording, there was also the expectation of certain moral high ground positions that he was expected to hold as such a public facing figure, which obviously fell far short of in this instance.
So now there has to be speculation concerning where Michigan State goes from here, whether Harlan Barnett is going to finish out the season. We are 3 weeks into it, and obviously nothing's going to happen before Saturday. So I got to think that Harlan Barnett is going to take this team home in 2023 with the help of Mark D'Antonio. And then there's going to be, and before that, a large search to find Mel Tucker's permanent replacement.
It does seem the most likely thing, yes. To my knowledge, we don't have any word that Michigan State is having any second thoughts about having Harlan Barnett continue as the acting head coach. Yeah, I mean, there's always crazier things that have happened, I'm sure. I mean, look at what happened just over a week ago. I don't think anybody covering the Michigan State beat expected to be sitting here on September 18th talking about Mel Tucker in this regard, frankly. I know I didn't, and certainly wouldn't have been saying I looked forward to it. But yeah, I mean, it seems like this is Harlan Barnett's team, so to speak, for the remainder of the season, and Michigan State fans can expect a national search, making use of all that Big Ten money coming in.
Yes, that kicks in. It's been coming in for a long, long time, but certainly kicks in to a higher degree starting in 2024. So I know I'm hitting you with this very early in the process, but are there any names out there that people that follow Michigan State media are throwing out as initial candidates?
I don't think anybody really has any insight for anybody beyond the popular names. Obviously, Duke's head coach Lance Leopold's name has come up as a Midwestern guy. The usual candidates, so to speak, or the usual suspects, to quote Casablanca.
So we got one here, John D'Adamo. We appreciate that one. Pat Narduzzi, obviously, who crafted those great Michigan State defenses a decade ago under Mark D'Antonio, who has gone and done a nice job with Pitt. There's a thought there.
Yeah, also another common one that can get tossed out. I'm not sure. There's a lot of nostalgia for Pat Narduzzi, and he's certainly done a great job at Pitt. I think Michigan State fans may give pause to, no offense to anybody up near that age, but given his age, I think there's a little bit more appetite for a younger up-and-coming coach than Narduzzi. He certainly is somebody who I'm sure we'll see his name bandied about a lot for the job, though, regardless of that. One thing that I would be interested too is whether or not he has any interest in it, because again, it felt like in 2019, or rather 2020, the final season under D'Antonio in 2019, Narduzzi may have been less than enthusiastic about some of the fans' attitude towards what Mark D'Antonio, or what they were saying about Mark D'Antonio on his way out, and given their close relationship, I don't know if that soured him permanently to the Michigan State fan base or not.
Hey, Kevin, one positive in all this is usually when there's a scandal, there is some systemic nature of it, whether it's deeply rooted, or it's that there are others involved, or that whether they were involved and active, they at least took part in it, whether again actively or passively knew about it. And this is just simply a case where Mel Tucker went off the rails. It was his issue, his ethical, his immoral conduct. He's out, and there's not a mess to clean up like there was Penn State, Northwestern, and other situations.
I mean, Larry Nassar obviously comes to mind at Michigan State even. But no, I mean, there was a just astounding number of failures at all levels for Larry Nassar, from the FBI to local law enforcement to Michigan State's process. And even when things were brought forward, people didn't follow through on procedures that were put in place to protect people. It is an abomination that it happened. It's horrible. The two lone bright spots in this instance is that it's not a systemic problem. It's Mel Tucker acting like, to be frank, an outright idiot / possibly worse, depending on the outcome of the hearing for the allegations against them. And it's been handled, as far as we can tell, by the book, minus the fact that a trustee may have leaked her name to the press, which is one concerning thing. And Michigan State did begin an investigation into that, using Jones Day as an outside law firm to see if those allegations that her name was leaked by a board of trustee member are true. I would point out Michigan State doesn't have any control over who's on the board of trustees. That would be the general population of the state of Michigan who votes on them. So one thing to keep in mind as well.
Gotcha. And Kevin, I'm sure from a football standpoint, had this happened, let's say 15, 16 months ago at the conclusion of the 21 season, the Peach Bowl win, top 10 finish, 11-2, that you think you got the guy, and this is going to be the guy that's going to be the head coach for a long, long time, that there's more of a regret there just from a football standpoint. But considering what the recruiting's been, a lot of transfer losses, obviously 5-7 last year, and not much hope for this being much of a season, that I got to think that Michigan State fans, again, strictly from a football standpoint, aren't necessarily unhappy to see him go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there are some people who nobody's happy about how it happened. I would not be surprised if a large swath of the fan base is not unhappy to see him go, though, so to speak. The very important distinction. Nobody's happy how it happened, but I'm sure plenty of people are not unhappy to see him go. And frankly, I mean, based on his conduct alone, certainly not sad to see him go as well. It's a very disappointing exit from what in 2021 seemed like a storybook career to that point. Things are cooking in East Lansing. He's doing well. He gets one of the top contracts in the country. Says all these wonderful things in terms of image and self-promotion and things like that. And I mean, talk about a fall from grace, so to speak. So
Absolutely. And we've seen two in the Big Ten just in a couple months with Pat Fitzgerald as well. Kevin Knight, Spartans Illustrated, again, they broke the story in regards to the statement handed down in the firing process being announced and put fully in motion here in the last 24 hours. So join Kevin right there with Spartans Illustrated. Last thing for you, Kevin, would be, it's unfortunate because for a lot of reasons, but from a football standpoint, we wait all this time for college football. It's the longest off season. We wait all this time, and now it's kind of just this wasted season, or so it would seem. They ran into a buzzsaw. I don't know that there were too many other teams that would have been a worse matchup for Michigan State under the circumstances, considering what the pass defense has been on the field as well. And they run into Washington and get ripped for over 700 yards, 41-7. So this has the feel of some other kind of sundry situations at other places where the guy that's kind of counted on to carry it through is a guy that is connected to Michigan State, played there, alma mater in Harlan Barnett. So maybe a little bit more of a family mentality that, hey, this is my school, this is my team, this is where I played. Let's see it through a difficult time. And and see what they can salvage and trying to recoup a recruiting class as well going into the next cycle.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. It'll be interesting to see what happens with the recruits, and for that matter, what happens with the current roster when the transfer portal opens for them starting next Tuesday, when the termination of Mel Tucker actually takes effect. That will be the date that the 30-day window begins for those players. But yeah, I mean, Harlan Barnett during his press conference today was very thankful for the experience. Had a ton of praise for the players. I don't know how much we want to take his word for it now, but I mean, Mel Tucker was claiming about how this was the most talented team he's seen during his tenure in East Lansing going into the season. Clearly not his team anymore. But yeah, I mean, it'll be an interesting experience to see. I think there's still plenty of football left to play, and certainly a bowl game at minimum for Michigan State still within reach. But yeah, that was, as an airline geek a little bit, I'd say it's a little unfortunate that the teams were Washington and Michigan State, because it would have been a great opportunity for United to make jokes about flying the friendly skies instead of faking a hot tub on a 787 like they did with Colorado a while ago, since they've got the Denver hub. But, you got Delta in Michigan and Delta in Alaska and Seattle. So lost marketing opportunity.
There it is. Mel Tucker out of a lot of money, most likely $77 million, 78, 79, something in that range. Kevin Knight, Spartans Illustrated. You heard the obvious knowledge and insight into this situation in Michigan State football and athletics. So please join Kevin right there at Spartans Illustrated. Kevin, we so much appreciate you stopping by and helping us through this story today. So thank you so much for that. And try to enjoy some football this weekend.
Yeah, certainly. Thanks a lot for having me on.
All right, let's keep it moving here with the voice of college football. Let's talk some Michigan. We got Tanner Wooten on the line. Tanner, what's going on?
Hey, Mark, how are you, sir?
I am doing just fine. Appreciate you answering the call, sir.
Of course, man. Glad to be here.
So the team made it through this little 3-game stretch without their head coach on the sideline for game day, at least. The first 2 performances look pretty much like go out there, put up 4 scores, and then call it quits. Cruise control for the offense. The defense takes it home, only giving up 1 score. Easy win. This one looked a little different in that J.J. McCarthy, after looking so incredibly sharp for 2 weeks, threw the 3 picks. The running game got going a little bit. So what are your thoughts about Bowling Green, if you can really take much from that game?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. I mean, it was a rough day for J.J. McCarthy. I was at the game on Saturday. I'd been a long day of tailgating, Mark. I'd maybe had some beverages and was not too pleased with some of the throws. But coming out of the stadium, I was being a negative Nelly or whatever you want to call it. I was like, oh my gosh, what was going on? I will say, and I don't want to, be the typical Michigan homer, but watching kind of some of the replays, definitely correctable. Definitely coachable when it comes to JJ on those 3 interceptions. Like you said, the run game felt very good about the O-line and the run game. It felt like they got back to kind of that typical Michigan power football. And you saw it from the first play with Blake Corum, had a big run. He had 2 touchdowns over 100 yards. So, and the defense, Michigan had 4 turnovers. They had the 3 picks, and then they fumbled a kick return that went to their up back, who was a fullback, Max Bredesen, that he ended up fumbling. One of those situations where you're just yelling, just fair catch it, please, anything, just go down. 4 turnovers and they give up 6 points. So the defense was pretty dominant. Even without Will Johnson and Rod Moore, both they're 2 of their best defenders, 2 of their best players on the team haven't played this season. So overall, I mean, yeah, look, it wasn't the most the prettiest game. And there's definitely things to work on, but still feel very similar to kind of where I was coming into this season, that this is a championship level football team. And they just kind of got to put everything together now, because you've seen moments of greatness from JJ in these first couple of games, and he kind of reverts a little bit and looks a little rough. Same thing with the run game. The first couple of games, everyone's like, where's the run game? Where's the run game? Now you have it. Now it's just getting everybody on the same page, having that level of rhythm that Michigan fans have been accustomed to the last couple of years, and just kind of getting everything with Jim Harbaugh coming back to the sideline here on Saturday.
We got Tanner Wooten here from Blue by 90. check out his work. Tanner, tell the people the best way to find you, your podcast, everything going on there at Blue by 90.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Tanner Wu-Tang. You can find us on blueby90.com. We do a lot of written stuff. We have a couple podcasts that we do. You can just search Blue by 90 on Spotify, Apple Podcasts. We're on YouTube as well. So we do a lot of stuff covering Michigan here. We have a tailgate that we do at the Chrysler Center parking lot. So a lot of ways you can find us, interact with us. We love it. It's a lot of fun.
I am not going to oversell Rutgers as some kind of major challenge. However, definitely a step up from what Michigan's seen the first 3 weekends, and a team that just beat Virginia Tech by 3 touchdowns, has played well for 3 weeks, took out Northwestern easily. You know, it's a team that is not going to wow anybody on the perimeter. They're not going to throw a ton of athletes or wide receivers at you. The quarterbacks threw for like 50 yards.
46, yeah.
Yeah, Gavin Wimsatt, 46 yards against Virginia Tech. And that's not just because he's not very good. It's also just the style of play. This is what they want to do. They want to run at 50 and throw it like 15 is what they want to do. And let's also keep in mind, they led Michigan, I believe, at halftime last year before Michigan really stepped on the gas. And then 2 years ago, they played that ugly game in Ann Arbor of what turned out to be a Michigan Big Ten champion playoff team, and it was 20-13 final, and Rutgers had its chances in the fourth quarter. So not necessarily a complete joke of a game here.
No, and if you go back even further to 2020, that was a game where Joe Milton, there's 17-0, and Michigan had Cade McNamara comes in and takes over, and kind of the rest is history. Probably saves Jim Harbaugh's job, if we're being honest. I mean, couple of 3 games in a row that have been kind of interesting. I actually got married during the Michigan Rutgers game last year. It was supposed to be the bye week, Mark. My wife was very cool about it, and then COVID scheduling got switched up, so we had that game on the wedding. I would be lying if I said that I was not looking at the phone with some friends. But yeah, I mean, you got Rutgers 3-0 coming to town. Year 4 of the second term of Greg Schiano at Rutgers as head coach. I feel like a really good physical football team. Aaron Lewis, who actually was enrolled at Michigan in 2020, transfers back home because of personal reasons, has been a really good defensive lineman for them at D end. They've got some players, man. But I will say, looking at the Rutgers, Virginia, I didn't watch it. And I made this comment on our podcast. I was like, if you're watching Rutgers Virginia Tech live and you're not a fan, there's something wrong with you. You love college football. I respect it, but there's got to be something going on there. But an interesting game in the fact that I want to say that, Virginia Tech outgains Rutgers, although Rutgers averages 1.5 yards more per play. But like you said, 46 yards, under 50 yards for Gavin Wimsatt, 7-16. I think Rutgers defense is pretty good. So it's going to be a good test for the offense. I don't know how much that offense from Rutgers is going to test Michigan's defense. The way that Michigan's defensive line has been playing, even without 2 of their best players in the back end. I mean, they've just been playing really good football overall as a unit. Chris Jenkins almost had a pick 6 against Bowling Green. He's been a monster. Mason Graham's one of the best in the country at defensive tackle. Kenneth Grant's really emerging, a guy that Ohio State really wanted. That was a big recruiting win for Michigan for Kenneth Grant, who is a 3-star of Indiana, but he's 6'3", 6'4", 360 pounds, can move, right? And he's really turning into a big time player for Michigan. So, they've got a lot of guys on that front 7 that are playing good, and even in the back 7 too. I mean, they haven't really been tested, so this will be an interesting matchup. But I just don't think Rutgers has the guys to push the ball downfield. I think they've got what's their running back's name? I don't want to butcher it.
Kyle Monangai.
Monangai, yeah. I think he's playing some good football. So they've got some players, man. But may just still be a little bit of time before Rutgers is able to put together some wins and maybe get back to where Schiano had him in his first stint as head coach at Rutgers. So, feel good about Michigan's chances in this one. Still think they'll probably win by a few touchdowns. But I do think that defense may prove to be tough for Michigan to handle. But I just think there's too much talent on this Michigan team to really struggled that much against Rutgers. So
Monangai had 165 against Temple. Yeah. He had about 140, something like that. Had a big game against Virginia Tech. And actually, I don't know that Schiano's got Rutgers not that far away from where they were in the Big East. I just think the competition's
That's
different.
True. Absolutely. Yeah.
They might be as good as they were in the Big East going
probably
7-5
Yes. Yeah, that's a good
Beaten
point. They
4.
did have the win. What they beat Louisville.
Oh, they had
That was a big win.
When they
That
were
was a long time
undefeated.
ago. Yeah.
07.
Yeah. It was when college football was very weird. Kansas was up there. Mizzou was up there, the top
South
5.
Florida.
Boston College. You just had a lot of random schools up there. But yeah, no, I mean, for as much grievance as Rutgers gets about joining the Big Ten, I always root for the Scarlet Knights. I mean, come on. We're always a bottom program for the most part in the conference, but I like to see them do well. And I hope Michigan wins by 100, or 90 if you would. But I think Greg Schiano's a solid head coach, and never really had any issues with him. So it would be an interesting one on Saturday.
Well, shoot. Yeah, 90 would be good for the marketing. They did
Yes.
score 78 about 6 or 7 years ago. 78 zip.
Yes.
If you're a box score nerd that wants to see just like aberration after aberration, go to that box score, 78 zip Michigan. You see just like crazy numbers all over the place, like Rutgers like gaining like 4 yards or something.
Yeah, I think if you added every yard, first down, whatever it was, I still think they were short. Like if you gave them a point for everything they did in that game, I still think they're short of 78, which is just wild.
Now, before we let you go, Tanner, has anything happened in these 3 weeks of non-significant games to make you think anything differently about this team? Or has there been anybody that stood out that you thought, okay, this is a guy that I didn't expect to be an impact player and he's made some plays, or anybody we need to look out for?
Yeah, I think the only thing is kind of the offensive line has had its ups and downs thus far, which I wouldn't say is concerning. I think there's a lot of opportunity to grow. And I think Michigan fans, myself included, got spoiled last year at Oluwatimi, who got some run for the Seahawks in Detroit yesterday at center when their center went down. And he's just a heck of a football player. And I don't think you're going to have that level from Drake Nugent this year. I think Drake Nugent's very good, but Olu, Remington winner, Outland winner, that's a very special kind of player. So I think that's where I think maybe some of us drank the Kool-Aid and we're like, no, it's fine. Michigan will replace 3 guys on the O-line and they'll continue to just, churn out 6-7 yards of carry. I think where Michigan can improve is with communication on the O-line. There were some pressure that kind of came through where it was like, okay, well, maybe they could have, shifted their line adjustment or whatever it was on Saturday. So that's given me some pause. But nothing real. I still think this team by the end of the year is going to be playing really high level football. They've got their toughest game at home against Ohio State. I think Penn State looked a little more mortal against Illinois. Drew Allard looked a little less scary, if you will. So I feel pretty good about Michigan at this point. And now it's just, it's really just survive in advance, right? Not saying they need to survive any games, but it's just take it one game at a time, get out of there healthy, do what you need to do, and get to November when you're 8, 9, 10-0, get to Happy Valley, maybe win that game, and then get back home to Ann Arbor to play the Buckeyes and kind of take it from there. Because this is truly a 2-game regular season for Michigan and then a 3-game postseason, right, with the Big Ten championship potentially and maybe 2 playoff games. So as far as a surprise performer, didn't really know how much he was going to play, but Keon Sabb, big-time recruit in 2022, has played a lot of really good football this year. Makari Page has been banged up. Rod Moore's been out, 2 of their starting safeties. And so he's come in and played really, really well. So very excited about him. Excited about some of the freshmen. Kenneth Grant, just a monster. So, yeah, there's been a lot of really, pleasant surprises. And I think overall it's been aside from the interceptions on Saturday, if you didn't have the interception on Saturday, I'd be like, yeah, this is kind of what I expected. And feeling good, but still some things to work on, like every team in the country has. In September 18th, week 3 of the season. So we got a long way to go, man, which is the best part.
And no respect for Maryland.
Well, I watched them against Charlotte. I watched them against Virginia. They are who we thought they were. To quote Dennis Green, the late great Dennis Green. Talia is good. I don't think they have a real true number 1 wide receiver with Raheem Jarrett gone to the NFL. I don't know. I just don't see it. They're going to win 7 games probably, but they will not beat the big boys. That's just kind of how I feel about them. And, but it could be a trap game. Ask me in November and I'll tell you how I really feel then, but looking ahead now, I watched a true freshman dice them up in the first half. from Virginia, who is probably the worst Power 5 team in the country. So I think all of us that are fans of Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State probably don't have to worry about too much about Maryland this year.
And just because I can't let this go, Sam, 2006 Rutgers could hang with anyone. The answer to that is no, a resounding no. Florida, Michigan, Ohio State, those years, no. They're not staying within 3 touchdowns.
No.
Sorry.
It was a fun story, though, and I will tell you real quick, I'm not going to say his name because he did some really bad things, but I really enjoyed playing with running back number 28 at Rutgers on NCAA football, 07, 08. They had a nice direct snap to the running back that was pretty fun to use. So that was my experience with Rutgers football.
We're talking about the running back who moved on to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, Ray Rice. I mean,
come on, Ray Rice.
I know. I guess.
Hey,
it's
if
tough.
his wife stood by his side, she's the one who's
true. She should be the
and all that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But sticking with the spirit of those old college games,
yes.
Chad Henne was quarterback number 7. Troy Smith quarterback number 10, whatever. So, but that Rutgers team on NCAA was pretty fun.
Okay, good stuff. Tanner, we appreciate you stopping by, man. This was good stuff.
Thank you, sir. You have a good night.
You too. Tanner Wooten, Blue by 90. It's blueby90.com. And again, if you check out Tanner's work right at Tanner Wu-Tang on Twitter, then you can follow his podcast right there. And, I can't personally get enough Michigan football talk. So here we go.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Not too much. How you doing? Appreciate your patience.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, man, look, I gotta admit, man, I've never seen anything like this Deion hype. I ain't never seen nothing like it, man. I like Deion a lot, but I don't think I've ever seen, and don't get me wrong, they were a terrible team last year, I get that, but I've never seen a win over a team you were a 20-point favorite over celebrated like a national champion, man. I don't know if we talked about this already, but I still can't get over this.
Yes. If we're going to compare Colorado's performance against Colorado State to Washington State's, I don't know that anybody's really talking about Washington State this week or at any time this season, even though they are 3-0. But Washington State completely ran this team, Colorado State, off the field. Washington State. It's a fun story. People love it. People love Deion, or they hate Deion. It's a little bit of both. You see it out there. It's a lot of both. I'm kind of.
I want him to succeed. I just want it to be realistic. I just want it feels like it's like
college football. Realistic.
That's true. You know what? I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this though. Have you ever seen anything like this though at this level, where they beat 3, let's be real, mediocre teams, and I feel like almost everybody talking about it's the next dynasty, and every game celebrated like it's a championship win? I don't know if I've seen that.
No, I have not seen that.
It's crazy, man.
They're unique circumstances because, how many times have we seen an elite athlete? There's Deion Sanders, and he's in a category with few people. And so how many elite athletes go on and become coaches? Most of them they want no part of that. That's a grind. So that's one thing.
That's true.
Usually don't coach, for one thing.
That's true. Hey, let me shout out real quick, man. I don't know why he's not grateful right now, man. We gifted him 2 players, man. He should be kissing Michigan's feet right now, man. We gave him a gift. We felt bad for Darrell. We gave a call down to the Kentucky coach, like, hey, man, look, they really want to stay home. They kind of want to stay here too, but we'll give you a little. We'll tell them to move along. We'll help you out. I mean, he should be grateful, man. He's up here talking smack about Michigan, man.
First of all, felt like it was that was a great opportunity for him to jump back on his 1% line.
Yeah. Well, it's about to be 100%. Let me tell Darrell that it's about to be 100% this year.
100%. Well,
yeah, we coming.
I am going to be here for all the fun to have that conversation, whichever side it is, to bring everybody together to say, this is what happened this year. This is who won the national championship. This is who has egg on their face. And this is who can beat their chest and gloat. And
that's true.
Trash talk.
Hey, what's more of a toss up to you? Actually, I'll give you 3 games. What's the biggest toss-up? Indy, Ohio State, Clemson, Florida State, or Iowa, Penn State?
Ooh, it's not Iowa, Penn State, even though I think Iowa has a serious shot. Penn State's still a clear favorite. That's a great question. Because I've not picked the Clemson Florida State game, so I don't even know who I'm going to pick to win that game. I don't even know who I'm going to pick to win the Ohio State Notre Dame game.
Yeah, that to me, I don't know who's winning the Indy Ohio State game, man. I got no idea.
Do you have an idea
That feels
who's
like
going to win Florida State and Clemson?
You know, after that Boston College game, I don't know either, to be honest with you. Like,
they're on the road.
Before that game, I would have been like Florida State, but
we were looking at this today. So I cut a series of videos with our Clemson guys. So everybody jump on over to the Clemson channel. We're going to do up Clemson, Florida State big too. And do you know that Clemson has not been an underdog since 2014 in the regular season?
I didn't know that, but that's not shocking considering how good they've been and how much better they've
been in the ACC. Last time they've been an underdog, and this includes being a 3-point favorite against the Georgia team that won the
that's right.
championship in 2021.
That makes sense, though.
Last time they were an underdog, period, was against LSU in the national championship game.
That's true, but that made sense because if you remember, I believe Georgia came off like a kind of a lackluster season the year before, if I remember correctly. Is that the year they played Cincinnati in a bowl game?
Yeah, the lackluster?
I wanted maybe not lackluster, but they weren't. Yeah, but they weren't on the same. They weren't where Clemson was at the time in that offseason. I guess that's a better way to put it.
Well,
so I kind of get that.
I get your point. Totally get your point. But when you think about Clemson, since that championship game, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, they lost 2 games in 20. They lost another 3 in 21. That's 5. They lost 3 last year. That's 8. They lost to Duke. That's 9. So they've lost 9 games as a favorite, but have not been an underdog.
Yeah, they've fallen. I don't know what's going on with them, man. Like, it's a lot of the, it's just there's a lot more parity, man. A lot of people, bringing up 07. It's the most parity since 07, and I like to see it. It's perfect right before a 12-team playoff to see this be a perfect year for a 12-team playoff, honestly.
Well, it is, but I'm going to hold off on all this parity talk. I enjoy it. I like it. I want to see it, but I'm going to hold off a little bit.
I will too. And when I say parity, I'm really just talking about what we've seen so far. I do think a lot of that has to do with, and I mentioned this before, a combination of the transfer portal and a lot of these players that have an extra year because of COVID. So you have a lot more veteran players than you usually would in a normal college setting. And that's going to even back out once these 2020 kids, like the quarterback for Florida State, for example, was in the same class as Trevor Lawrence, just as an example, I feel like that's part of it. And I feel like when that kind of, maybe that gap will widen again, I feel. And back to Michigan, man, have you seen that net success rate stat? I don't know if you've seen that.
No, not.
It's like let me see if I can put it in the chat for you to look at real quick. Hold on. It's been around for a while, but it's an interesting stat because here, it's right here. It's on Twitter. But anyway, so I don't know exactly how they calculate it, but they had Michigan. It's basically how bad did we get beat is the question. And it has Michigan as one of the most, which I find shocking. It's one of the most dominant wins over the weekend, despite how bad JJ played. So I don't know what they take into account when they calculate that. But it's an interesting stat that I think you should look at. I don't know if you got that link. But.
We'll look at it right now. So, did we really get beat that bad? Net success rates in week 3. So it's basically evaluating dominance.
Yeah, look where Michigan's at. I was kind of shocked by that.
Texas
I don't know if
A&M had the most dominant win. They played absolutely no one. Michigan, who had the most dominant game? Well, LSU had the most dominant game against a decent team, Mississippi State.
Yeah. No, I would,
Washington,
yeah, I would just,
Michigan State. I'm surprised that game's actually as low as it is because, man, Washington just laid waste to Michigan State. Where's the Ohio State game over?
it's right there, I think.
Okay. It's
Oh, it's
no,
right there. I
about
see it.
10 down the list. And then what's this? Why is it going reverse? Are those upsets?
No, I think so. Rutgers won. I think it's not as
We're
you
the
didn't
other
beat.
team. The other team.
Yeah,
is
they
better.
beat the team, but they
Gotcha.
didn't beat it as bad as it looked. It was actually closer than the.
Well, no, it's negative. So it means that the team that lost actually was more dominant,
Oh yeah, okay.
or they did better.
I don't know about that game, so I'm not
That
sure how that
Rutgers
game
Virginia
went.
Tech game was 35-16. Now Virginia Tech had more yardage. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder how they calculate that, man. I'm very
Well,
interested.
That's what I want to know.
Because one thing I will say, I think a lot of that the reason we're so high, I think on that, if I had to guess, is despite turning the ball over 4 times, I think it was our defense, which I've been saying, man, I do want to see him against somebody, but I feel like our defense has just been, especially the starting unit, has just been so dominant this year. Probably the most dominant defense in college football so far. I feel like that's a big reason why that is, despite the 4 turnovers.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see them against. I can't, and we don't play an offense till what? Penn State, like at least an offense that could like really challenge our defense.
Maryland.
That's after Penn State, though.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah,
probably not till Penn
your
State.
closing run, for as soft as Michigan's schedule is, the closing run, they're all bunched up at the end.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Yeah, I don't really got much to say, man. I mean, I'm just excited for this weekend, man. I can't wait. This Ohio State ND game is going to say a lot. It's going to tell us a lot about Ohio State. I'm curious to see how McCord does under pressure, if there is pressure. I'm curious to see, and if they're able to get some tight coverage on the receivers, specifically Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm curious to see how he does with tight windows, because I was seeing like some stats where most of his, unless it's like obviously a wide open pass, which don't get me wrong, JJ missed one of those, but unless it's a wide open pass, he does a lot of I think 10 short yardage to about 10 yardage throws. So there's a lot of things that we can glean from this ND Ohio State game. Oh,
absolutely. There's a ton we can. It's going to be one of the most revealing games of the young season. Yep.
Man, I'm gonna go, man. But hey, watch that 20. Watch the next 21 Georgia defense, known as the Michigan defense, man. All right. Okay. You enjoy your day.
I'm keeping an eye on them. Appreciate it. All right. I talk more Michigan football than pretty much anyone who I'll not finish the sentence, but that's fine. Well, John's here.
You've got to speak to your fan base. You've got to somehow you've got a strong Michigan fan base, like the number one, I'd say, or one of the top fan bases you have.
I think it's probably number one. That's my guess.
Well, there you go. Looks John? Like we already have Jackson, and I'm sure we'll get a couple more for the Ocho. So,
we'll of course want you to speak to the comment on the screen and do that for the next hour.
Oh yes, I'm so ready to. Yeah, I mean, well, I've been saying we should create, the Voice of College Football bingo cards, and 1984 has to be on.
For a second, I thought you were going to say we need to create another channel and just make it about 1984.
No. Well, maybe for April Fool's Day.
Yes. That's a good one.
Go. All right, Mark.
Well, John, enjoy your time. And I believe the folks are starting to jump in.
Yep.
And you guys take it away. And I appreciate you being here and have a great time.
See you, Mark. And here we go. We are back for another episode of The Ocho here at the Big Ten Live Show, 8 p.m. block. My name is John D'Adamo. I'm going to be your host for the next 2 hours or so here at the Voice of College Football. I do also host Michigan Wolverines Live. And by the way, Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, this episode, you just saw Tanner Wooten. He's going to be on. We're going to have Nelson Hubble from Maize and Blue Review and special guest, have confirmed, and we've been talking over LinkedIn. We've been trying to get him on. Christian Dyer is going to be joining us to give the Rutgers perspective from Rutgers Wire. So I'm very excited about that. And without further ado, it's time to introduce the Ocho panelists. And today we've got, starting out, Jackson Johnson is back with us. Jackson, good to have you back, man.
It's good to be back here on the Ocho, Johnny, and I'm looking forward to Wednesday's episode of Michigan Live. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, thanks for that. And we do have, it looks like, back is Go Blue. Go Blue, welcome back.
What's going on, man? I'm excited to talk some Big Ten football. I'm excited to, talk about the king of the Big Ten, Michigan, man. I'm excited.
The king of the Big Ten. We like it. We like it.
Well, man, I'm looking forward to Wednesday's show. Like, y'all be picking each other's brains about Michigan being the number 1 defense and Rutgers being the number 7 defense on the scoring defense, and how you gave the University of Michigan the idea of musical chairs for the interim coach.
Hey, yeah, that was definitely all me. Next up, we have
Green. I love it.
Let me know in the private chat, Tim, if you want to come on. I see an X, so just let me know if you want to come on. And then also we have Dave Valensky. Dave,
hello.
Welcome back.
How's it going?
It's going well. Looks like we have changed again to, what is this, Michigan State colors? Are we trolling now? Is that what's going on? I don't know. But hey, let's see here. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so we also have Tim Prangley in the house. Oh, hang on. Okay. We'll bring you back in.
Hey,
give me a buzz when you're ready. Okay, cool. So, of course, we'll start with the big story that is happening, and I'm calling it Tuck Going. So obviously we've been following this the last couple of days and what's been going on. It's been a story we talked about last Monday, but now, according to AP and a bunch of other places, Mel Tucker was given a letter from Michigan State Athletics that he is going to be fired for cause for violating the moral turpitude clause of his contract, among other things. So with this said, let's start with Jackson. Have you been following this, and what's your thoughts?
I've been following a little bit here and there, but I will say, though, I just wonder what's going to happen with the coaching search now. Because, I mean, if they were able to convince Mark D'Antonio to come back as an associate head coach,
right,
are they going to be convincing him to have a second stint as head coach and have him come out of retirement for the next few years? Because, I mean, Kansas State did that with Bill Snyder, so I'm wondering, is Michigan State going to do that with D'Antonio?
I mean, they don't want to be the MSU old. I feel like that would not be the best move.
Right.
Yeah.
I really think if they're going to be going for a coach, like I think I said before, the Eastern Michigan guy might be the right guy to go with.
That letter, I saw that letter. That letter is rough, man.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
Yeah. So essentially, so they told him he will be fired without compensation. The notice provides Mel Tucker with 7 calendar days to respond and present reasons to me and the interim president as to why he should not be terminated for cause. And this is from the athletic director. If Tucker does not present sufficient reasons to dispute multiple contract violations, the school will fire him September 26th, 3 days after the program's Big Ten opener, in what was hoped would be a bounce-back year for the Spartans.
You have to wonder if they found something more because they fired him before the hearing. So it's probably worse than it even originally thought.
Could there be more? It's very possible. But what we know right now is, clearly, I mean, it's there's a lot going on here. Looking at the letter, looking at what I've seen here, yeah, here's my thoughts on what might happen. I don't know if he's going to get nothing, because I don't think they are going to want a prolonged court battle to be played out in the media, because he's going to take him to court. So because he's losing $70-something million, right? So he's going to take him to court, and so they might just pay him a fraction just to get him out and just be done with it.
Probably like 11 million.
11 million.
Shit, I want to pay him. Hey, I'll tell you what. They fired him for that hearing. They might not pay him a dime. It sounds like they found that if they had the confidence. Because look, if it was less cut and dry, I feel like they would have waited to the hearing happened.
Yeah.
Or just give him $100 bill. I mean, he's not.
Yeah, they were like, look, dog, we got all this. We ain't paying you a dime. In fact, we might take some of what you already got.
Or here's what I'd do: just give him $100 bill. I mean, he said he wanted something. He didn't say it had to be the exact amount.
Well, here's a better question.
Here's a legal loophole right here on Voice College Football.
Hold on, here's a better question. Is this the greatest bag fumble in the history of sports?
It's up there.
The biggest what?
Fumbling of the bag.
Bag fumble.
Oh, yeah.
Because you got to remember, he's not just losing out on 80 mil. He's married. Probably going to have to, split half of what he already got. And the victim probably going to sue.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Alimony, the dog, the cat, the goldfish, everything.
Hey,
shouldn't have been cheating. Shouldn't have been cheating, Mel Tucker, and you shouldn't have been doing that naughty stuff. That's a no-no.
Well, what makes it the greatest fumbling of the bag is who he chose to do it.
Yeah, like a recovering rape victim. That's not really a good. That teaches the whole entire
poor choice.
Yeah. Really dumb.
So we did have earlier. We had the Spartan reporter on, and I threw out a potential name in Pat Narduzzi, who obviously is Pitt's head coach. He ran some of the really good Michigan State defenses that Urban Meyer famously said, to his defensive coordinator, we need to run a defense more like this because they keep kicking our ass.
Yeah.
So, that is a possibility that Narduzzi could get picked. Are there some other picks that you think could be coming down the pike, Jackson?
Jason Candle from Toledo and Matt Entz from North Dakota State. I mean,
okay.
The North Dakota State route has worked out for Wyoming. It's worked out for Kansas State. Maybe it works out for Michigan State. I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Interesting. Dave?
I said earlier, the guy from Eastern Michigan. Yep. I think, recruiting around that area is going to be the big thing. And he's able to do that with the Eastern Michigan kids. So, and Eastern Michigan's program has totally changed. They're no longer a pushover program in the MAC.
Yeah, absolutely. Go Blue. Any names come to mind for you?
Look, man, Michigan State, they've had some good hires, man, but look, they ain't the smartest tool in the shed. So I'm going to go with, I could see them, even though it'd be a terrible choice in my opinion, I could see them hiring Mark D'Antonio for a second stint.
Woo! At that, I wouldn't be completely shocked, although I believe there were some allegations in his tenure too about some of the players. So I don't.
If they cared about that though, would he be there right now?
What?
Exactly. Yeah. Go Blue. You
that would they really have?
He is already back. As an advisor.
Yeah, Go Blue. Go Blue, you got a point. I mean, he's already back as the associate head coach. And at some point, sometime around November, behind closed doors, they're definitely going to talk to him. They're just going to be like, "Hey, would you like to be the next head coach,
Like
Michigan
that
State?"
was really an issue. They would have not. That was their first call. Hey, Mark D'Antoni, can you come back and help the team out?
Yeah.
So I mean,
Could be a Bob Stoops situation where he plays. Maybe he coaches a bowl.
I would love to get.
What's the guy from Wisconsin? I keep on forgetting his name.
Barry Alvarez.
Barry Alvarez.
Yeah, he came back twice.
Yeah.
Bowls. So you tell us in the chat, in the comments, who would you pick as the next head coach of the Michigan State Spartans in their state of turmoil right now? Remember, you're not going to get the cream of the crop. You're just not. So you've got to keep that in mind. Names like Dabo Sweeney and Kirby Smart and Nick Saban, we can laugh about it, but they're not coming to Michigan State. So let's, think of some names that are, possible. See, we got Nick Saban. That's not going to happen. Narduzzi or Pelini, possible. Matt Campbell has been named for almost every Big Ten opening that we've seen. And I don't know if you guys have been watching Iowa State lately, but they're not exactly crushing it.
Well, it's Iowa State, so
yeah.
Nobody's going to Ames, Iowa over Ann Arbor, Michigan.
He's an Ohio State alum, so I don't know if you do that.
Yeah, we've got some interest. I think people are just tossing some Elko. Okay, he could get he might get a Bama or some big job. Yeah, I could see.
Well, with the Big Ten money, with the Big Ten having all kinds of money, more money than the SEC, I could see that happening. Michigan State getting Mike Elko, but Duke better give him a contract extension soon.
They need to. He's crushing it.
Hey, you got to remember, it's easy to get one at Michigan State. As long as you beat Michigan once, you're going to get a $95 million contract. So it don't take much.
And after 3 games at Colorado, Deion Sanders is being nominated for the job. Tommy Reese. There you go, Jackson. That your problems would be solved. Tommy Reese goes to Michigan State.
Well, we can go back to college football, guys. What he said about primetime.
Yeah.
I don't see him leaving for Michigan State. If he's leaving Colorado, it would be a Florida State or an SEC
Michigan.
tiered
He's
job.
not leaving there one season.
I could see him in Michigan.
Yeah, I mean that's a good one too.
Jim Harbaugh could very likely be going to the pros.
I think
he's not leaving a rebuilding situation for another rebuilding situation. It's just not happening.
No,
I think Harbaugh's gone. He's going to go outside.
Thanks to Pennant Fanatic for coming by, a loyal Michigan friend and true of the program. And with all that said, we had another week of football, and we had some interesting games. Penn State beating Illinois, and don't kid yourself, this game was a dogfight for a decent chunk of the game. Illinois, I think, did as much to lose the game as Penn State did to win the game. And I said that if DeVito was still the quarterback, they would have won the game. I think that they took a pretty big step back at that position. But did Penn State look decent at times? Yes, especially late. They had some good concepts in the passing game and the running game, but let's start with Go Blue this time. We'll go in reverse order. What you look at Penn State and Illinois and this game, were you surprised at the result? What did you think?
I was a little surprised. This is what I was surprised about, man. Is despite 5 turnovers they got, if you would have told me Penn State, with all the hype they got the first 2 weeks, would have got 5 turnovers, despite what the Illinois defense also lost in the offseason. If you would have told me they got 5 turnovers without telling me the score, how the game was going, I'm like, yeah, they blew them out like 45-10 or something. and it was like over in the third quarter. That's what I would have thought. It's shocking how close that game was, despite the great field position they were getting, the 5 turnovers, the extra possessions. It is surprising.
Yeah, give credit to Manny Diaz and the defense for coming up with all of those turnovers. I mean, I think they
Yes,
were probably the stars of the show.
It's second best defense in the big, man. Like, it's definitely great defense.
Dave, what did you think? What did you were you surprised? What did you see? When,
I was not all that much surprised. I think Illinois has always had a good defense these last couple of years and definitely improved. But the thing is, let's just put it this way: everybody in the Big Ten West is basically equal to almost everybody else. There's not really a dominating team in the Big Ten West. Iowa has the better defense, but that's basically it. I mean, offensively, every one of these teams has huge question marks, especially offensive side of the ball.
Davey, I'll be honest with you. I think they're all just kind of playing hot potato with each other over who gets to play Michigan, Ohio State, or Penn State in the Big Ten championship.
Let's get straight. Hey, the Nebraska linebacker, whoever was, even said it himself. He said, "Hey, we gotta treat every game like we playing Michigan. There ain't no one else." They were telling
me. All right. Go Blue. I think you're starting to cut out a little.
Yeah, you kind of cut out a little bit. I have no idea. All I heard was Michigan on that one.
You want to try leaving, coming, maybe rebooting or just checking the internet. So yeah, I think that, I mean, I'm definitely not surprised whatsoever. I think we were predicting somewhere along these lines, 30-13 with 4, obviously with the amount of turnovers. Again, like I said, if DeVito was playing, I think this would be a very different game. We'll try Go Blue one more time. Hey, Go Blue. Ooh. Okay. So we're good. So the next game I have here, obviously, we got to see Drake May put up 414 passing yards with North Carolina sinking the boat against Minnesota 31-13. Which there were people who predicted Minnesota could beat them. And people who thought I think a lot of people here thought UNC would probably beat them. So Jackson, this was kind of even with the 2 interceptions, I think Drake May putting up that type of performance, and being able to get those touchdowns and yards is pretty impressive.
Yeah, Minnesota's offense needs to get better. So that's what I'm looking at. It's not looking. I mean, we talk about Iowa's offense. Good grief, Minnesota's offense is looking like a disaster.
Yeah, it's
in the passing game. I would somewhat agree. I think they were able to run 113 yards.
Yeah, Darius Taylor 138 or 100. Yeah.
Yeah. Ethan Kelly-Manis has to he was off time the whole entire game, especially in the first drive. Any throw that was anytime he threw the ball, it just felt like it was slightly behind the receiver, and you just have to lead your receivers a lot better. He had, his interception that happened. Ricocheted off of, he threw behind Brandon Stanford, the tight end, and Brandon Stanford tried to grab it from his back, but with one hand it nicked off his hand and went right into the North Carolina guy's hand. So yeah, I was expecting more, but quarterback wise, we have to be a lot better. Yeah. Ethan has to play a lot better in those types of games.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, because I mean, 11 out of 29 completions. That's bad.
yeah,
That is
horrible.
really bad. I mean, you guys are going to be like, I mean, I'm not expecting y'all to beat Michigan, no doubt. I mean, sorry, but I
Yeah,
will say though, if you want to be able to beat Iowa and you want to beat Wisconsin again, gotta get that passing game up. But in the
yeah.
meantime, let's keep that running game up. Darius Taylor's looking like he did a fantastic job. Although,
You know,
I'm
it's nice to have a healthy game against Northwestern, and then your next game against Louisiana.
yeah,
That's those will help both sides of the ball, especially on the passing side. Uh, we last couple of games, last 2 games have dominated basically Northwestern. It hasn't even been close, especially defensively. We've pretty much shut them out pretty much.
I just
Hey, well, fortunately, you're in the West, so you always got a chance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the thing. Every team has huge offensive problems. I don't see anybody really being that good.
true.
I mean, Wisconsin barely, I won't say barely, but, it took them a long time before they started, being able to get their offense and the whole entire thing clicking and getting huge.
Weren't they
huge
losing in the third? In the
Yeah,
beginning
they
of
were
the third?
all the way. Yeah, in the beginning of the third, they were down 14-7.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And yeah, I mean that they were able to finally come back and finally look like the team that they were supposed to. And then they played Buffalo. They struggled a little bit with them, and Buffalo got just smacked by Liberty last week. So yeah, I really don't know. I mean, Iowa. I mean, their biggest one is Iowa State, and they went and Iowa State lost to Ohio.
Ooh,
So
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I will say, Davey, even though like the West Division is easy, I am afraid that you're going to have a devil of a time with Michigan, Ohio State, and unfortunately, I don't think the West Division is saving
You could just say
Oh.
Michigan. That's fine.
It's just part of the challenge,
Yeah,
Michigan's
like,
Michigan's probably out of the two. Michigan's the only one I think maybe, and I'm talking like have somewhat of a prayer of maybe even winning that game. Like ESPN had us, I think, gave us 20% chance to
Hey,
beat.
FPI is the worst stat out there, my guy. Let me just say that
I know,
FPI is so bad.
Yeah,
I
I know.
can see you guys giving Ohio. What happened to Dave?
Oh,
Oh, I was gonna say that I could see Minnesota give Ohio State a close game on account of the fact that Ohio State might be caught looking ahead to Michigan.
yeah. I don't really see Minnesota giving Michigan any.
Look, yeah. Here's the thing with Michigan, man. And I'm gonna say this again. We can move on, but our defense is. I know it sounds biased, but I'm telling you, no one's gonna score more than 20 on this defense this year.
Wow,
It's just not happening.
more than 20.
No one's scoring more than 20 on this defense. This is the best. You gotta remember, Will Johnson and Rob Moore haven't even played.
This is
And
true.
the starting defense.
Will Johnson played like 8 snaps or something like that. Like,
Yeah, and this starting, I know we haven't played nobody. I understand that, but a lot of teams haven't played nobody, and no defense in the country is shutting down teams like this like this team is with the starting unit. It's just not happening.
So yeah, so let's go ahead and we mentioned Wisconsin briefly. So I watched some of this game. Georgia Southern, obviously, kind of in the beginning of the game, it looked like Georgia Southern versus Nebraska all over again. like the fighting Clay Heltons were going to come out and they were going to beat another Power 5 team. And then Wisconsin did what they do in the third quarter, put up 21 in the third quarter and another 7 fourth to go up 35-14. But their defense gave up 455 yards of total offense, which I thought was really interesting. So, day. But Jackson, what did you see in this game, and kind of what was your take?
Unfortunately, I didn't see much of this game, but I
Yeah.
will say though that Wisconsin's offense does need a little work.
Hey, man, can he go on mute for a second, man? That's loud, dog.
Yeah, Dave, I'm putting you on mute for a minute until you get your audio squared away. Just let me know once you're in a place. Just private chat me. Oh, okay.
Well,
there we go.
Okay, better.
Oh, much. Yeah, it was crazy for a second there.
Yeah. I was turning off the carpet truck, so it was a huge
You're
machine.
good.
It was
You're
loud.
good. You're good. So yeah, I mean, Jackson, like, it definitely seemed like they started to find their rhythm really in the second half, I thought.
But I will think we'll learn more on Friday night against Purdue. I mean, although Purdue it's not Jeff Brom Purdue, it's the first year of Ryan Walters. But I do have a feeling Purdue's going to bring more of their A game than they did last Saturday.
Yeah, but it's hard to say, man, because Purdue, they lost a lot, man. They didn't just lose their coach. They lost a lot of the key guys that kind of made them what they were the past couple of years. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I was thinking that Purdue might be able to win this game. I'm surprised that actually I thought this game was going to be double digits for Wisconsin, picked in the Vegas.
So we do have another caller. It's going to join our panel. Michigan man Jason is in the house. I'll probably get accused of have stacking the panel with Michigan people, but I'm telling you all, it's who calls in. What's that? Oh,
what's up, Ashton Jackson?
Hey, man, your mic's funky.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
It's kind of a little.
I don't know if you power washing your driveway. I don't know what you're doing, man.
I'm on my phone. I don't have a computer.
Sounds like you power wash or something.
I'll try coming back.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome back.
A comment from one of our members.
No, that wasn't him. That was the other guy.
Okay.
That was me. There was some guy was outside blowing leaves.
That's okay.
We're working on it, amazing blue guy. We're working on it.
One of our members, Hamas Hero, brings up a significant point about Wisconsin. Wisconsin's defense isn't there yet.
Clearly.
Not there yet, but it's getting there.
Yeah. So obviously Davis Brin had 5 interceptions, so that was one thing.
Hey, I got time this out. Hey, homie, you got to put your mic on mute or something, man, because that noise is crazy.
Which one, me?
Yeah.
How about I call you guys back later, or just
Sure.
because it's going to be, it's not me, my phone. It's there's some guy outside here blowing leaves. So
Yeah, just call back when it's a little quieter.
All right, I'll do that.
Yeah, happy to have you back.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, talk to you later. Bye
Thanks,
bye.
Dave.
Appreciate you.
Okay.
Dependent Fanatic brings up they miss Leonard. So that could be another significant
Jim
issue
Leonard
right
was
there.
a legit defensive coordinator. And so that's definitely a part of it. I mean, it's still, though, Luke Fickell. Luke Fickell is probably one of the better defensive minds Big Ten has had in the last 2 decades. So I mean, it's not like you're leveling down to the.
I mean, he's had good defense no matter where he's been. So
Cincinnati, Ohio State. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Jason, welcome back. Can't hear you. Let's bring on Sean Garner. We were just talking about Ohio State for a second, and then Sean Garner comes in.
Ooh, damn. That was quick.
Well, we're trying to do some musical chairs here to make sure we get decent audio coming out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Absolutely.
No echo? Is echo good?
I don't really hear an echo. It's like a tiny bit like I don't know. It's something. It's like
it sounds like you got a filter on or something.
Like a little.
It might be my air conditioning. I have air conditioning on.
That sounds better right there.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
I can turn it off if you need to.
No, you're good, man. Let's keep it going.
So Sean, we were just talking about Luke Fickell, and the fact that we're our buddy fellow Buckeye Hummus Hero saying Wisconsin's defense isn't there yet. Luke Fickell, though, I would argue is probably one of the better defensive minds in the last 2 decades in the Big Ten. What have you been watching Wisconsin the last couple of games, and what have you been seeing?
I watched I watched a full recap of the game against Buffalo. Watched most of the Washington State game, and I did catch some glimpses of the Georgia Southern.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Mike Tressel. He's also a fantastic defensive coordinator. He put together a couple of defenses at MSU that were among the tops in the nation. In 2018, 17-18. So, they've got the brain power there, but they're transitioning, from a totally different style of defense. They've always played with those odd front, the 3-man lines where, you have the true the ends line up head up over the guard, and they just play 2-gap, and they let the linebackers run free and do everything. And that's not how Fickell and Tressel coached at UC at Cincinnati at all. They were so it's just a totally different. It's just a stylistic change. The defense isn't quite as talented, I don't think, as it's been in the past.
Mm.
So they're undergoing a major shift. The shift on defense is as big as the shift on offense, even though the offensive changes have got a lot more of the preseason attention.
Yeah. No, new systems all around, and obviously Georgia Southern started off in this game, and I said, I thought it might be another Georgia Southern upset type game, but Wisconsin was able to come back, and obviously they were able to respond in the second half. Jason, were you watching Wisconsin at all, or have you been seeing Wisconsin? What's kind of your thoughts?
I watched a little bit of it, but I gotta say I wasn't really impressed with Wisconsin. They were actually doing pretty bad. It was 14. I believe it was 14-14 at one time.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, wow, this seems worse than I thought.
Yeah, they rallied. They did rally. Obviously, when you have one of the best running backs in college football, Braylon Allen, that doesn't hurt either, because you can stack some points.
The same about the entire Big Ten West division. it seems like everybody is kind of in a rebuilding mode in a transition year right now, the entire division.
Except for Iowa, I would say.
Iowa's like the one exception.
Yeah. Iowa, who hasn't changed since 2000.
99. Kirk has been there a long time.
Yeah.
I think it's Iowa slightly. I think Iowa is slightly above everyone, and then there's everybody else. That's pretty much the West in a nutshell.
I know you're probably not going to spend a lot of time on Iowa, but they were struggling in this game against an absolutely horrendous Western Michigan team.
Yeah.
I mean, a Western Michigan team that wasn't good last year and lost just about and had 1 million people leaving the transfer portal. Like that team would not be ranked in the FCS this year. And Iowa was struggling with them like into the second half.
Yep. I think they cobbled it together at the end, and obviously, when you have Eric All catching balls for you, that doesn't hurt. So
they did lose. They did lose Lachey in this game, though, right?
They did. Lachey went down. He's injured. So Eric All is going to be tight end 1 for the big game against Penn State. So my prediction of Iowa winning's looking kind of shaky right now. But in my defense, I didn't think that we'd have Luke Lachey out, Caleb Johnson out, and the other running back is out too. What's his name? So that we've got a couple of players that are going to be out for Penn State. But I thought that in this game, obviously Cade didn't look very good. I know he had the 2 touchdowns, but they were short yardage touchdowns.
Look, Cade is who he is.
Yeah, he threw 2 picks. That's actually unlike him because Cade is usually about taking care. Yeah, he might not give you lights out plays, but he takes care of the football. So to throw
he's a high floor, low ceiling quarterback.
Yeah.
I just think that in the West, and I don't mean any disrespect to any of the fans in the West, I just think it's so bad that I just think Iowa doesn't need a great offense to win that division. I think with their defense alone, they could probably win a little bit of offense. I mean, I don't mean any disrespect to any of the teams or the fans, but I just don't think the talent is there in the West this year.
Cade's having some health issues too. There was I remember Corey was actually from the Hawkeye of the Storm. He was actually very upset that Cade even played this game. So he's dealing with a quad injury, I think. So
yep,
there
was at least one. I was talking with Erica Goldberg, who hopefully will swing by at some point. But her and I were talking during the game, and there were a couple of moments where I'm like, Cade, you got to throw the freaking ball away. Like, dude, you're a veteran quarterback now. You know this. You can't take that sack from Western Michigan. Like when you have a quad, like you gotta throw that. You gotta do the Tom Brady thing. If it isn't there, throw it away because you shouldn't be running. So you remember Tom Brady. If you've ever watched him play, he could do check downs. He could
greatest of all time.
The second he saw that the defense wasn't going to give him anything, that ball got chucked. He was so good at that, and like Cade's got to learn. You'd think he'd know that already.
I mean, like look at Brady. He was not a thickly built person at all. He was a very slender QB, and outside of that ACL tear, he had basically no injury issues through his entire career. Like he
had the one, but.
Well, that's what I said. Outside of that one fluke, that can happen to anybody. He was pretty darn reliable, pretty durable.
He's greatest of all time.
Yeah, no argument here. As much as it pains me to admit it.
And we developed him, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I remember a lot of Michigan fans really, really loving him when he was there too. No one was screaming for Drew Henson, to be put in. Ever.
That was back when we were like QBU, man, back in the day.
Dependent Fanatic with a good point. I want JJ to learn to throw the ball away. Yeah, I mean, he does sometimes, but this last game, I don't know what was up, but he just wanted to play hero ball and throw the ball in, double coverage and to the wrong guy. And yeah, sometimes you got to toss it away.
All part of the plan, man. Chess, not checkers.
Michigan
I'm
fans.
just amazed Iowa's got 41 points, honestly, because I mean, but at the same time,
Western is horrendous.
Right.
So, Western is not a Division I football team right now.
Some of those were defensive touchdowns, weren't they?
JJ's third interception pissed me off because that was a frustration throw. He didn't see anyone open, so he was on the run and he just threw it up for grabs instead of throwing it out of bounds. That pissed me off. He needs to chill out. JJ will be fine.
Look, man, I ain't worried about it, man. Like if he was showing that consistently, it'd be a worry. But look, it's better that happened before conference play, so he gets settled down a little bit.
I feel sorry for Rutgers because JJ said in an interview he wasn't happy about his performance, so I'm expecting him to take it out on Rutgers next week. So I feel sorry for Rutgers.
Look out. Keep chopping. Are you in here? Keep chopping. The gauntlet has been thrown. And this is a good reminder that on Wednesday, I am extremely excited about this show that we have cooking up for you Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, because we're going to have Nelson Hubble back from the Maize and Blue review, Tanner Wooten back from Blue by 90, who was on earlier. And I've been talking with Christian Dyer, who we've been trying to get on for a while. We've had a couple of scheduling issues, but he is slated to be on Wednesday to give the Rutgers perspective on what we can expect in the game against Rutgers. So check that out on Wednesday. But
Rutgers does not have a bad little defense. They can.
No, Rutgers isn't bad this year. If you actually been paying attention, they're not that bad.
Well, I mean, like I think their offense is still like
that's true.
They're in the Stone Age offensively. They won't pose a threat to beat Michigan, but
Michigan's got the best defense in the country, so I'm not worried about that.
Well, the thing that blew my mind about Rutgers is that they're 7th in scoring defense. That's what really blew my mind right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, the schedule hasn't been real difficult for them offensively.
Yeah, that's true.
Bad, Northwestern's bad.
Yeah, last week against Virginia Tech, this isn't the 90s, 2000s Virginia Tech.
Rutgers has a good defense.
Well, I was going to say, Schiano has a good defense. People forget, even last year, Schiano's defense gave CJ Stroud fits. People don't remember that.
So before we go, because we can go Rutgers next if you want, but I will say one notable stat about this Iowa game is this is the most points Iowa has scored in a game since 2021.
Wow.
The game against Maryland, October 2021.
Yeah, and that game, I think they forced like 7 turnovers in that game. I remember. I mean, I think that almost most of that scoring came from the defense.
Yeah, and there was some defensive help in this game too. But I will say, I think Cade did cobble together a couple like that. Obviously, that good pass. Even if it was just a couple of yards, Cade to Eric All, LaShawn Williams had some good runs in there. So there's some good, I think like 250 or something rushing yards for Iowa. So that wasn't bad. So and that was something Corey Bratta said they needed to improve on was the run game. If they're going to lean on it so much, and I think that they have been. I think that is one area. They've brought up Brian Ferentz' points average with this game. So maybe he'll be sticking around. Yeah, Iowa fans, I'm sure you love that. Okay, Washington versus Michigan State. Let's go this next.
Do we need to talk about this one?
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
it might as well be a bye week.
Is Washington just that good, or is MSU that bad?
Can it be both?
Go Blue, we have to talk about all games that involve the Big Ten on the Ocho.
Well, we talk.
cool.
I mean, but there's just not much to talk about, man.
I'm
I
skipping
mean-
some. I'm skipping some. But this one I enjoy for a couple of reasons. One, Michael Penix had a fantastic game. There's no denying that. When you put up almost 500 yards in the air, 4 touchdowns, it just looked like a complete and total beatdown. And obviously Michigan State did have a rushing touchdown in the fourth quarter at 5 minutes to go. So good for them for getting on the board.
That to me, what was that was the most surprising part was Michigan State didn't do anything offensively. I mean, the fact that Penix could name their number, that wasn't a surprise at all. I'm not even surprised how thoroughly they dominated them, but State just had nothing in this game. I didn't watch any of it, but I mean, Washington was actually like pretty bad defensively last year, and their performances have been better. I mean,
I think they might be the best team in the pack, man.
I think they're like a legit playoff national title contender. I think.
I'm impressed. Washington. Oh my God, they got 713
713 yards.
That's what I'm about to say. 713 yards. That's like Madden NFL football stats right there.
And if you realize they only scored 6 points in the second half, which means that 713 was not the maximum output for this game that they could have done.
Johnny, I got a question. Is this real life? Because I'm impressed by that number right there. I'm so impressed with it.
It doesn't look like real life. It looks like you just got done playing a Madden game.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. But you know what they say, truth is stranger than fiction. So I went over the stats for Michael Penix, and he's leading the nation in passing yards so far this season with 1,332 passing yards. And you divide it by 3 games, and he's got an average of 444 passing yards. That's pretty impressive right there. I mean,
he is not even playing the fourth quarter of these games either.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, man, he is gonna be top notch in big games.
I'm not trying to take any shine away from Penix, but isn't this Penix 6 years a starter? Isn't he a 6-year starter?
Yeah. He's got that extra COVID year. Yeah,
because
he should be performing at a high level. He's almost 30 years old.
I mean, that's the same with Florida.
There are a lot of 5th and 6th year guys.
Yeah, Florida State's quarterback was in the same class as Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, so is Penix. Yep.
There you go.
There you go.
So I think to wrap up,
this dude's been starting for 6 straight years. He should be as good as he is right now.
Most people are saying the answer is both. Washington is good and MSU is bad, and I think that's a good answer. And then little bit on this one, and then we'll move on to our Week 4 previews. But I think it's at least notable that Rutgers scored 256 rushing yards in this game against Virginia Tech. Obviously, their defense has looked very good, but we have to also remember that Kirk Shiroka is now the Rutgers offensive coordinator. And I think you could start to see some offensive. They're not going to blow the world away, but I think that they've improved a little bit from just the complete stagnation I've seen their offense be in the past. Does anyone have any thoughts? I mean, obviously, Jason and Go Blue, you're probably starting to look at Rutgers because we have the game coming up with them. Anything that you see, maybe Jason first on Rutgers?
I mean, I've been watching Rutgers pretty close, and they look like a pretty good football team. I mean, they run the ball good. Their defense is good. It's ranked up there.
Yeah,
this isn't going to be an easy game for Michigan at all. Michigan's going to have to bring it, man. Because I think Rutgers is a better team than people give them credit for. But I think if Michigan plays at their best, they should win. They should win comfortably.
Yeah.
14 or 21.
Yeah. Look, this is Shiano's best team I think since he's been there, he's a good defensive coach. Like I said, he gave C.J. Stroud fits last year. Even though they blew him out, they really blew him out in the run game. They were giving C.J. Stroud fits. So they got a good defense, and their defense is probably even better this year. But let me tell you, this game is gonna be close. Michigan got the best defense in the country, and I'm very confident saying that. If you've been watching, look, just watch their defense. They won't be doing nothing. They probably gonna have 200 yards total in this game.
I would take the under on that. I'm
with you, man. I'm with you. Like, you can't run. No one will be able to run on this Michigan team. Nobody's gonna be able to run on this Michigan team.
This is just a bad matchup for them to do what they want to do offensively. Michigan's not the team to try to play volleyball against.
I mean, Michigan's interior line is ridiculous this year. Kenneth Grant, 6'4", 360, runs a sub 5 second 40. You got Chris Jenkins. He's a freak. Mason Graham. He's another big body like Kenneth Grant. And it doesn't even stop there. So they're not going to be able to. No one's really going to be able to run the ball. And that's what Rutgers wants to do. So they're not going to be able to do that.
I will say Michigan does have the ability on defense to stop the run, and they're going to need it because Kyle Monangai is actually looking pretty good. He had 3 rushing touchdowns, 143 yards, and I think he's been a player to watch for a while. He's a very talented player, but when your quarterback is only getting 46 yards, 7 for 16, and it's so heavy reliant on run, then that could be a problem because Michigan can stop you pretty easily. So they're going to really need to get more creative, I think.
Well, not only that, Michigan's been getting a ridiculous amount of pressure as well. It's not just that they can stop the run; they get pressure from every spot on the D line too. They only really need to bring 4. So I don't know what they're going to do. And mind you, if Will Johnson and Rob Moore's back, it's going to be even uglier.
Yep, I agree with that.
And that's the scary part is we're still missing like 8 starters that aren't even playing right now. That's the scary part.
I do want to remind you guys, you have played incredibly garbage competition. So you look great. They look there's reason to be excited, but
everybody has though.
Did you not hear that? Did you not hear we have 8 starters out? That's a lot of people.
8 starters?
I don't know if it's 8, but we have a lot of key guys out. We have Rod Moore, Will Johnson, 2 of the best secondary players in the country, haven't even played, and they're still shutting people down. I know they haven't played nobody. UNLV is comparable to Western Kentucky that Ohio State played. No one talked about that.
No.
Yes, they are.
Western Kentucky is first or second in passing offense every single year.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Outside of the Michigan game, UNLV has put up 40-plus points of both opponents. Western Kentucky has done something very similar.
Scholarships.
What'd you say?
Said one of those, their first opponent, Bryant, doesn't even offer scholarships for football.
Yeah, and Western Kentucky played HBU, who's terrible, and the team they played before that, who's another garbage team, put up 66 on them. So
that
we're
garbage
comparing
team almost beat Alabama this weekend.
So I'm just saying, those 2 teams offensively, I'm not really seeing that big of a difference. They both have been putting up 40-plus point games outside of the 2 Power 5 matchups they had. They've both done that against garbage competition.
Western Kentucky has proven year after year after year they can move the ball really well against almost anybody.
I'm going off this year, man.
But past this prologue, UNLV. UNLV hasn't had a winning season in over a decade.
Well, they're 2-1 right now. So,
all right, y'all.
Go ahead. Right, that's enough. That's enough of a digression there.
We could keep talking about this for hours. I will say, Dave, when you're ready to come back, give me the thumbs up, and I'll bring you back in. We got Dave coming back in a bit. I do want to just remind everybody of a couple of housekeeping things. First of all, when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, which many of us do from time to time, click on Mark Rogers' Amazon link and get him a couple of bucks.
Real quick, I do want to say one thing. South Florida was a 1-11 team last year, so I don't
True.
even know why you brought that up. So let's move on.
True.
Yeah, they're terrible. Thanks,
So anyway,
Jackson,
we can
how you
move on.
doing?
All right, I gotta get through these guys because just everybody hold tight for a minute. Okay, so also we've got Patreon and Discord. Join our Discord and get talk college football all the time. And we have our merch store. So Mark Rogers merch store. We have a bunch of amazing merchandise for the entire family, friends, etc. It's football season, and get yourself your keychains, your t-shirts, your swimming trunks. Down here in Florida, it's still like 100 degrees. So you get your swimming trunks. And then, of course, you have your team merch as well, like the Michigan merch. So check that out. If you haven't gotten your merch yet, folks, get your merch. Help support the channel. And I'm going to put it right here so everybody can go do that right now. Get yourself some merch. Cool. All right. We also have
Sounds
Ticket
like some
Smarter.
stuff I should get for my birthday for sure.
Get yourself some stuff, man. Absolutely.
Didn't UNLV just beat Vanderbilt, if I recall?
Oh yeah, they
last
just
week?
put up 40 some on Vanderbilt. Like
They're a
Did
bad
that-
team.
was that this weekend?
that was this past weekend.
Yeah, I didn't.
Is that
I
an
didn't-
SEC team? I thought it just mattered more in the SEC.
All right,
That is an
guys.
SEC team, Mark.
One more promo. We're going to get to week 4. Okay. So ticketsmarter.com. Hit that. Get yourself $10 off a purchase of $100, $20 off a purchase of $300 with a BIG 20. Get yourself some tickets and help support the network. Okay, here we go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to talk week 4 and some of the marquee matchups. And we have some big matchups coming up in week 4. So obviously one that I have top of mind, of course, is Ohio State. The Ohio State going up against
I can't believe you just said that.
I know. I say it in joking. So
You just say a Ohio State.
7:30 p.m. And so here's the slate here in South Bend. What do we think about this game? Ohio State is favored by 14. We'll start.
No. Wait, they are?
They're favored by how much?
14.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I haven't checked the line. I thought that was wrong. I thought they were like a 4-point favorite or something.
Oh, you know what? I was looking. Sorry, I was looking. Everybody, forgive me. I was looking at Penn State, Iowa. Penn State's favored by 14 against Iowa.
Oh man, I'll be flipping between Penn State, Iowa,
Ohio
and
State.
3.5.
3.5.
Yeah, that sounds better. I was like, damn, 14.
Chance. Everybody's gonna hit me up in the comments, but yeah, I didn't get a chance to write all the things down this time. But so Ohio State favored by 3.5 at Notre Dame. Let's start with Sean, who of course is our resident Buckeye today. What's your take?
Last week was a great get right spot for Ohio State. I mean, I think we finally saw, not only just in terms of results, but aesthetically what this Buckeye offense will look like what their identity is. And, there's reasonable balance, and they're going to take a lot of shots down the field and stretch it. I mean, but this is going to be, I think I'm actually going to be in South Bend this weekend, not in the stadium probably, because tickets are like 4 figures right now. But I'll probably be there with some of my friends who are unfortunately no good dirty Notre Dame alum. So, but no, I think I like they should win this game. They've got better talent across the board than Notre Dame. They've got better firepower. And I mean, one thing I would love to see is if this defense can get a bit of a pass rush. Notre Dame's vulnerable in the middle of their offensive line. I think they're going to, if they can't get any pressure on Hartman, then he's going to keep them in the game because he's just too precise. He's just too good.
Right.
You know, they don't have many dynamic playmakers from what I've seen watching them play. That's the thing from Notre Dame I've been a little underwhelmed by.
Yeah,
They're-
Audric Estime is pretty decent running back.
Yeah, but that's it. Pretty decent. He gets the job
Decent.
done.
I mean, leading the nation in rushing yards for the season. That's better than decent. Right there.
Yeah, well, they've got an extra game and they've played complete trash.
Yeah, but who hasn't though?
What?
I mean, we gotta stop doing that. Can we stop doing that? A lot of teams have played trash. It's still impressive that he leads the country in that. Who has Ohio State played? Nobody. So I mean, they both haven't really played anybody. So
But
let's cut out
Notre
that
Dame
part.
hasn't played a defense nearly as big as they
Pump the brakes, man. It's Western
Notre
Kentucky.
Dame
Pump
did
the
play
brakes.
at North Carolina State, so that's their toughest game so far.
Yeah. So I mean, like, but no, I mean, I've watched him play. Like, you can yardage rushing can be like very misleading. You know, sometimes you can run for a lot if you just have an offensive line that just mows people in front of you. That just overmatches it.
Well, let me ask you this: do you have more questions about? This is a great question, actually. Would you have more questions about Ohio State's run game or Notre Dame's? Which one are you more sure about? Because to me, it's a no-brainer. It's Notre Dame. Notre Dame is a more surefire run game. We've seen Ohio State struggle in the run game multiple times this year. So
I think
they struggled a little bit against. They actually, if you look at it, they haven't struggled that much.
They struggled against Youngstown State. They had under 70 yards rushing going in the fourth quarter against Youngstown State.
Both Tran and Henderson are averaging over 6.5 a carry, I think, right now.
Well,
so
I think the question is. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'll let you go one real quick. I don't care who you are. If you have under 70 yards rushing against Youngstown State going to a fourth quarter, I'm picking Notre Dame's run game every time.
I think the real question is the third down conversion rates for Ohio State, where they are 93rd in the nation.
Yeah.
They're 35th in third down stops. And I'm also looking at the first down offense. They're 44th. That's not good. Notre Dame is first on first downs on offense. They're 10th in the third down conversion rates. And Ohio State's scoring defense is second in the nation, and Notre Dame's scoring defense 14th. But are you going to be able to stop Sam Hartman and Audric Estime on third down? That's my question.
You said they were 35th, right? Like, that's not horrible.
I think you said 40. Oh, no, you're talking about something else.
Yeah.
They're 44th on first downs on offense. And that's an easy peasy schedule you got there.
Wait, 44th in total terms of total first downs. What is that stat?
Total first downs on offense.
Well, I can explain that really easily. Ohio State is a chunk play offense, so you're not going to end up with nearly as many because you're not going to put together 15 play drives and all those things. I mean, they're scoring. They score in big plays. That's what they are. So that stat. I mean, yes, they were good on third down this week. Yeah, the first 2 weeks they were terrible. They were awful. So, I mean that was a problem, and it may still be a problem. It may be a problem going forward.
Hey, Jackson.
So, but they're figuring a lot of things out, and what we saw this week. It's probably closer to the real thing than we saw the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, John.
Yeah.
Can I get my take on this real quick? I'll be quick about it.
Yeah, and then we're actually going to rotate. We're going to do
perfect.
rotation. So this will be your final thought, and where can people find you?
Okay, got you. Honestly, man, I don't know how this game's going to go because I just don't know how this game's going to go because, I mean, I got questions. I don't really have as many questions with Notre Dame. I can see either team winning. My question with Ohio State is, can you get pressure on Sam Hartman without having to bring 8-9 guys? That's one big question because I don't know if you could do that. Two, how does Kyle McCord? How will Kyle McCord operate with some pressure in his face if there is pressure? We don't know. And also, is Kyle McCord going to be good downfield? Because really, we haven't really seen him be successful downfield unless the dude's like wide open. I haven't seen him really be successful in tight windows downfield. So, I mean, and also, will your run game be able to run against better competition? Because that's been something you guys haven't been able to do for going on over a season now. Is you struggle against the better D lines when it comes to running the ball. But then again, I don't really know how good ND really is. You might blow them out. You might win by I don't know. But I'm just saying, there's still a lot of question marks.
Oh yeah, it's fun. That's the fun of having this game this early in the season is, we don't really know exactly what to expect in all of this. Those are all valid points. Absolutely. About the then getting pressure without bringing a ton of guys. I think the interior of the D line is a mismatch against Ohio State is a mismatch against the interior of the O line.
Yeah, you might be right. But are you disappointed with the pressure your ends get? I mean, they have their moments. Don't get me wrong, but
I haven't. They were better this week. Western Kentucky is an interesting team to gauge a pass rush against because they are the quickest snap to release, snap to throw team
That's
in
true.
the country.
That's true, and also, I feel like it's easier to when they're going to pass the ball. So I feel like you could pin your ears back more. Like they're going to throw the ball. So I mean,
and they got a couple sacks this week. They were the first team in the country to sack Western Kentucky this year, and they got to them, I think, 3 times. So
yeah, I think it was 2. But regardless, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But it's going to be interesting to see if you can do that against a comparable O line, and also against when you don't, because you're not going to know. Because at Western Kentucky, you knew they were going to throw the ball. Like if you know a team's going to throw the ball, especially as a defensive lineman, you know what to do. If they mix it up well, and they have to guess more, and are they going to get? I don't know. We'll see. Because to me, that's the biggest thing. Because we know with Jim Knowles,
if the ball's out in 1.5 to 2.5 seconds, it's asking a lot for to get any pressure in that amount.
I also don't like this argument of they're getting the ball out fast because two things. Other teams are able to get to the quarterback, and I mean Michigan, for example. You don't think they're getting the ball out quick? Because a lot of that has to do with your secondary. If your secondary is holding up well enough, they shouldn't be able to get the ball out quick.
Okay.
Like the only reason you get the ball out quick is there's an option there to get the ball out quick.
I'll throw this stat at you. Last year, Western Kentucky was had the second most pass attempts of any team in the country, and they were top 10 in the country and fewest sacks given up.
Okay, what about Youngstown State in Indiana?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'm like thrilled with exactly, but with exactly how they've been playing. But I'm not like it's not like the world's caving in. I still think they're talented players that can make plays. JTT's showing it. What?
Is this year 2007 on steroids? That's my question.
Oh, man, 2007 was the craziest. Jackson, how old were you in 2007?
I was 9, then I turned 10 on September 30th.
Okay, yeah, so.
There you go. Go Blue, final thought for us?
Oh, yeah, man. I think this Rutgers game is going to be interesting because, again, I do respect Shiano's defense. I want to see a bounce back game from JJ. Like I said, Michigan's front seven is just it just wowed me this year. I don't think they're gonna be able to move on the front seven. It's the best front seven in football. I know that sounds biased, but it really is if you watch them. I'm just excited, man. We ready to take over, and I'm excited for this Notre Dame Ohio State game. See, that's gonna tell us a lot. Peace out. Hope everyone have a great day.
All right, go Blue. Go Blue, go Blue. There you go. All right. Next up, we've got Dave Valensky. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I'm glad to finally join the conversation. I'm sorry. I'm a custodian at the University of Minnesota, and I was on truck watch. That's what I do. I do carpet cleaning, and that's what you were hearing was the machines the whole entire time on the phone, so I apologize for that.
All good. You're back, and that's what matters. And we also, of course, have friend of the program and one of our resident Notre Dame fans, Will ND, is in the house.
Oh, I had to come on this night. I had to come on tonight.
Well, you got your icy hot ready for that beat down coming.
Oh my god!
Get the bruise.
I would like to start with Will, since we're on this topic of
Okay.
Notre Dame versus Ohio State. Will, what's your take on this game? What do you think could take place here?
I think like last year, it's going to be a close game. But I do think that Notre Dame has the quarterback play to make this a play till the end, and I think the Irish have a great chance of pulling it off.
There you go. Yeah, it could go either way. Obviously, being at your house.
Yeah, it's going to be a hostile environment. So
very hostile environment.
Will, is this the biggest Notre Dame regular season game in terms of anticipation and hype that you can ever remember?
Yes, I mean, 2012 Oklahoma was close, but I don't think it was as anticipated as this.
I don't think there's any time that it's ever come close than for Notre Dame than the 1993 Florida State game. That was the most hyped up game in a long time for Notre Dame.
People that in the Bush Push game.
Mm-hmm.
I was too young. I was too young for that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it really is going to be I would argue this is the first true test for both teams.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio State and Notre Dame, to really get the measure of both of them, to see where both of you are at. Dave, with what obviously from your perspective, you watch these Big Ten teams, and we got Notre Dame, who I would say at this point basically an honorary Big Ten team, where they're going to join eventually. So what do you think about this one? Who you got? Who you got?
Well, I have Ohio State, but I have to say this has to be like the weakest Notre Dame schedule I have ever seen in a long time.
Weakest schedule.
Come on, man. We're playing Central Michigan. You're playing, was it Middle Tennessee State?
No, that's
just regular Tennessee State.
Regular Tennessee State.
I mean, man, we're playing
middle
three
in that
huge
one.
games.
Yeah,
Like,
Ohio State is so much better.
I mean, the 2019 schedule is the weakest one, I think. I mean, Michigan was by far the best team on that schedule. And then who else? I don't know.
Well, I know they play Ohio State and
Georgia. Yeah.
Okay, Jackson, what are you going to say?
I was going to say to Dave that Notre Dame is going to Duke, and they're going to Louisville, and they are going to Clemson. So I wouldn't exactly call that a cream puff schedule right there. And you got
beginning of the schedule definitely is the weakest I've ever seen, though.
Duke is actually a good team.
I mean, I'm fine complaining about it in other years. Just I felt like this year it's. I don't know.
Well,
this year it's tougher than other years.
No,
definitely tougher than 2021 and 2019.
Well, if Notre Dame beats Ohio State this year, it'll be the first time since 1936.
Yeah.
Woo! That's a stat.
I mean, if we would have played you guys in the late 80s, early 90s, we would.
Dave, what happened in that game?
What'd you say?
I said, Dave, can you tell us about that one? What was the atmosphere like?
In the 30s?
For the 36 showdown, yeah.
I don't know, because I didn't even exist then. None of us did.
Yeah, I don't think.
I didn't tell you how old I was.
Just,
No.
Well, all right. So I think we've. Any final thoughts on Ohio State Notre Dame before we continue?
I mean, we can dive deeper into the game if we want, but I'm happy to talk about other games.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of torn in this game. Like, I did pick Notre Dame early, but it seems like OSU has a pretty good defense so far. I thought they wouldn't be as good as they are. So I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence on this game. Like I'm thinking Notre Dame, but I think it could go either way. I don't know. I don't know who to pick.
Yeah, it's tough because both sides have their firepower, right? On Ohio State's side, Marvin Harrison Jr. is gone for 286 yards, 3 touchdowns. Obviously, you've got Emeka Buka in there too. On the other side, you've got Notre Dame and what Sam Hartman, I think, has brought in terms of elevating the quarterback room, Audric Estime. So it could get, I mean, look, they both have their firepower.
It's going to be a great game, for sure.
It's at Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame's going to win.
That's why I picked it.
I did have Ohio State, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's the stars are kind of aligning here for a Notre Dame win, and that could of course throw the rest of the season into question because McCord I don't think has the most iron grip on the job. I think he's
I think he does. I don't think there's any threat to him being pulled at any point in this game.
And that's what I'm worried about, John, is McCord hasn't played in a game this big yet. He hasn't been on the stage yet.
Right.
I mean, he's played against other teams, but not like Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he's going to be able to handle the pressure.
Well, Sam Hartman hasn't played a game nearly this big either.
So. Yeah, but Sam Hartman's got a lot more experience than McCord does.
I mean, he's played against the Clemsons of the world, so he's played against comparable competition.
Yeah, he's had big games.
Yeah.
Is this gonna be a green shirt, green jersey game?
It will be. It will be.
Green jersey.
Green out. Green out.
I remember that one YouTube skit where the players were like trying to get Brian Kelly to do the green uniforms. You remember that?
Yeah. They hey, look at the YouTube channel. They've been doing some great skits with Marcus Freeman. He's been doing a great job at the skits. He's embraced them, which is great.
Awesome. Well,
do you guys know Jerry Maguire?
We do.
That movie?
I do.
Yeah.
So Estime was like on the phone with Freeman in the sketch, and Estime was like, "Show me the green jerseys." It was great.
The human head weighs 8 pounds.
Mm-hmm. Troy, you are trolling with that score. You know it's going to be closer than that.
Oh, gee. OSU.
I love you, Troy, but you are trolling.
42-16. McCord is the MVP of the game and plants his flag into the Heisman race. Oh,
that's
come
definitely
on.
a troll score. There's no way they're gonna win by
Marvin
that much.
Harrison Jr. If there's going to be one person from Ohio State to be in the Heisman race, it's Marvin Harrison Jr.
I think it'll be interesting because I don't think Marvin's going to get open right away against Ben Morrison.
Pump the brakes,
so I think,
man. Pump the brakes, OSU fans.
Yeah, so I think it'll be interesting to see if McCord can stand in the pocket and deliver to starts.
So Will, I'm interested. Do you think Notre Dame's going to go into a lot of man? Because I think they played a lot of man the first couple of weeks here. Do they really want to leave their DBs isolated against these guys?
I mean, the safeties certainly have gotten better, so they might do a bit of zone, but I think it'll mainly be man. Because, like, Ben Morrison had the lowest QBR against since the beginning of last season. So I think they'll trust him a bit. But I think that he'll probably get some safety help in the game, but not all the time, if I had to guess.
Okay. We have spent quite a bit of time on this.
Sorry. I'm just so excited about the game.
Rightfully so. It's a big game. But we do have some other games that are happening. So we start off on Friday with Wisconsin-Purdue. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one, but it is in West Lafayette. Purdue's defenses, I think their defense has been all right. Obviously against Wisconsin, who's in a first year of a new system. Maybe this isn't as much of a curb stomp as you'd expect for these teams. What do we think about Wisconsin-Purdue?
This is a must-win for both teams. Both teams have been struggling to start the season. I mean, Purdue has had a tough schedule, but
yeah, Flip a coin on this one.
Tough-ish. I mean, I think
Flip a
Purdue's
coin
one of
on
the
this
better
one,
1 and 2
basically.
teams in the country, to be honest. I mean, I
Yeah,
actually
they're like
think,
the Nebraska team, best 3-9 team, Purdue's the best
Yeah.
1-2 team.
Right.
yeah, they're. I thought they might really plummet this year, and they haven't. You know, they're playing competent Division I football there, and you know that gives them a chance in the West, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
This
it's-
has the looks of a 31-14 victory for Wisconsin.
Really?
Yeah,
You
I
believe in
think
Wisconsin that much?
Wisconsin wins, but it's a lot closer than people think.
Yeah.
What'd you
Yeah,
say, Will?
I'm surprised you think it's going to be that much of a blowout. I think Purdue, especially at home at night,
I
it'll
think
be a
it's going to be
one-possession game.
close. I think honestly it's going to be close in the fourth quarter, but I think Braylon and Mordecai are going to bail out Wisconsin in the fourth quarter.
Mordecai is trash, man.
Braylon didn't play this past weekend. Does anybody know exactly why, or is there an injury issue there?
It's a good question.
I don't. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't play much because I guess it had to do with them playing Georgia Southern.
Well,
So
wait,
it was
that was a competitive game though for a long time. I mean, it was not. So I mean, I don't know if Braylon's healthy, but Malusi's a heck of a running back in his own right. I don't think there's a huge drop off. You go from one to the other.
Is that game in Madison? Is that
No,
game in Madison?
It's in West Lafayette.
Yeah.
Oh, I might take Purdue then in a close one. I don't know.
If it was Jeff Brom coaching Purdue, then maybe I would go with the Purdue upset. But because it's first year coach Ryan Walters, no. Sorry, Purdue.
And every division game in the West is a must-win game for any of all these teams.
Right.
It's basically tiebreakers.
Every game that doesn't involve Northwestern is almost a toss-up, right? You can see either one winning in either spot. Yeah.
There we go with that one. I think Wisconsin's going to win. So we go to an interesting one, Maryland, Michigan State, given all the turmoil that's going on in the Michigan State program. Normally, I'd say this one might actually be a competitive game in East Lansing, but in this case, I could see Maryland stomping them pretty.
Oh man, Taluya is gonna have a great time in East Lansing on NBC. He's gonna have a fantastic time against that Michigan State defense.
I'm just not sold on Maryland. I know everyone's high on them, but I've been watching them closely, and they were struggling with Maryland. Virginia. Virginia was a throwaway from tying it up at 21, and he threw an interception. So they got a bunch of points off turnovers in that game. So I'm not really sold on Maryland.
Yeah. The final margin of that game is really misleading. Maryland piled on a lot right at the very end, and I think they were down 14-0 at one point in that game.
They were down
right
14-0.
right away.
Yeah.
But I will say though,
Virginia's
Sean,
terrible. Yeah. Go ahead.
It is a rivalry. Like as an East Coaster, that is a big rivalry. So maybe it was like Maryland. It was like Virginia's Super Bowl, I guess. That in the Virginia Tech game. So I'll give them that.
Go ahead, Jackson. I'm sorry. What were you going to say?
Who? Which one?
No, Jackson, you're about to make a point. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, man. Wisłowski, I think is his name. He made that kick return. That was the turning point of the whole ball game right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to know what type of Maryland team are we going to see, though. It's always feels that Maryland is good enough in the non-conference and starts impressing us and look like they're going to do something, and then when they get to conference play, they just can't always get a lot of wins together to at least compete with the Michigans or Ohio States or even the Penn States.
They call it
because Virginia's not good at all.
Do you guys think that MSU quit this year? Do you think they quit? Because they show I know Washington's a really good team. but it looks like they kind of quit.
Well,
that was I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jackson.
Well, I think what you're saying is I agree with your point about Michigan State looking like they've basically quit on 2023. I mean, Northwestern and Michigan State are the two teams that have quit on the 2023 season.
It's a bit presumptuous to base that they played the best passing offense in the nation, and that's very much their Achilles heel. Michigan State. So it was an awful matchup. It's too early to say they quit. They did outscore Washington in the second half. Here, so.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Maryland's going to win. I don't know if it's going to be an absolute curb stomp. And the part of it is, of course, we have Josh Gaddis, who is now the OC and QB coach. So I think that's a bad. Michigan State, like you said, they have had moments where they've rallied, and so I think Maryland's going to win, but I don't think it's going to be complete curb stomp. Dependent Fanatics said 24-20. I think Maryland will win by a little more, but I don't think it's going to be by much. Moose, you said 24-21, so a lot of people remember the Josh Gaddis years here at the Michigan, some of our Michigan Wolverines giving predictions. I think it's going to be like 27-20, or like, you know what I mean? Like, or 27-17 or something like that. Like, it's going to be closer than people think, but still Maryland will win.
Yeah, it looks like a 28-17 game to me. But I will say about Maryland, do you think if Maryland beats Michigan State and Indiana, which they like will, do you think Big Noon Kickoff is just going to throw the cart in before the horse with Maryland, Ohio State, and put it on 11 a.m. on Fox? That's a yes.
Probably, yeah. I mean, yeah. I think Maryland, Ohio State is it could be a Big Noon or like a good matchup.
I mean,
let's see here. So Mike is predicting Iowa 30, and we'll get to that one, Mike.
Yeah.
So let's go Rutgers, Michigan here briefly. We do have the show on Wednesday where we're going to spend a whole hour on this. But obviously, Rutgers is marching into Ann Arbor, Michigan. I think this is obviously the first real Big Ten opponent that Michigan has had to face. After last week, I think Rutgers has, like I said, I think they have a great running game. I think that their passing game leaves a lot to be desired, and when you're one-dimensional, that's not great against Michigan's defense. But Michigan needs to limit turnovers. JJ's got to throw away the ball if there's nothing there, like Dependent Fanatics said.
Are you guys worried about JJ, the Michigan contingent, after this game? Like, people are seem like they're a little concerned about him, how he played against Bowling Green.
Jason, what do you think?
Yeah, it was a bit concerning, but if I know JJ as well as I think I do, he's going to be super motivated for this game after the way he played. And like I said, I feel sorry for Rutgers defense because I think he's going to go ham on him, to be honest. I think Michigan wins 38-17.
Wow.
I have kind of a bold prediction on this game.
Yeah.
I think this game, it starts at 12. I think it will be over by 2:45. I think you're going to see a lot of running, a lot of a pretty nondescript Michigan 20-3 beatdown, something like that. 27-3, something like that.
Yeah. We have some really interesting different predictions, because we have, of course, our Rutgers fan who's going to support his team, 23-17 Rutgers. Hey, dream big. That's what I say. Dream big. And listen, their defense does look good now, and it's not completely impossible. Like, at the beginning of the season, I would have been like, that's crazy. But, they actually look pretty good. And then you've got Of course, I think this might be a troll take from one of our Buckeye friends. Rutgers 28, team up north 24. But then on the other side, you have Michigan 38, Rutgers 10. I think it's going to be. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I kind of like Amazing Blue Guy here. Michigan 28, Rutgers 12. I kind of like that.
And Harbaugh is back, baby. We're
That feels
like
right.
DF said, we're gonna rally. We're gonna rally around Jim.
Yeah, I mean, if Michigan makes a few turnovers, commits, is sloppy with the football in this game, it could get interesting.
Yeah.
Could.
Yeah.
Like it has that chance. But Rutgers can't compete. They don't have the athletes.
Our Iowa fan, Casey Mallory, 38, Michigan 21, Rutgers.
Man, these people think points are just going to come from nowhere in these games, huh? I mean,
Well, Casey Mallory is an Iowa fan. So, I mean,
shouldn't be predicting like 10-6
they
games.
know points can be a premium. So I think this is a pretty meaningful prediction because of that. We got a lot of stuff going on here. Brian Block, 35-10. I'm not going that far, but hey, if that happens, I'll be popping some champagne. That's for sure. Okay. Any final takes on Rutgers going to Michigan? All right.
Well, I'll take is Michigan could basically curb stomp Rutgers in the second half, which they likely will.
Yeah, this seems like a second half because didn't that happen last year too, where Rutgers and Michigan were basically neck in the first half, and then second half Michigan pulls away.
Rutgers had the lead at halftime last year.
That's right.
And 2 years ago, Michigan only beat them by 7 in Ann Arbor. Both of those pretty pitiful, ugly games by Michigan. So
we have another Rutgers. So there are quite there. It's not just one person predicting Rutgers. You've got like 5 people saying Rutgers will win.
There are 1 Rutgers fan and 2 Ohio State fans. That's all I've seen.
You got some Ohio State fans.
See if any one of those people would be willing to wager something they care about.
Put it this way, John. If Rutgers wins, I'll walk outside naked with a cowboy hat on and cowboy boots. Let's just put it that way.
Wow. Okay.
I'm gonna go 20-13 Michigan. I think it'll be a bit of a white knuckler for some Michigan fans, similar to the Illinois game from last year. But I think it'll probably a little more comfortable though. But like the same idea with Michigan offense having some trouble.
That was the score. That was the exact score 2 years ago when Michigan played Rutgers. It was 20-13. Michigan.
Right.
I think Rutgers beats the spread. I'm going 28-10.
Okay.
Yeah, 25 points is a lot. Michigan rarely ever covers the spread because they always play their backups.
Yeah. Any other predictions on this?
This is the under game.
I want to answer to Chris's question, Cirque. Why cowboy boots and a cowboy hat? It was a little oddly specific.
Hey, to each their own, man.
Fur coat, maybe? No.
Fur coat, yeah.
Also chaps.
Search always brings the good, the funny, to these things. All right. So we've got 28-17 Michigan. Okay. So Iowa Penn State. This is the famous prediction that I gave. And here we go. Because I did predict Iowa was going to go into Penn State at night and win. That was before we heard that Luke Lachey was injured, Caleb Johnson is injured, and their other running back is injured. So it's going to be tough for them to beat Penn State in this state. But I'm going to stick to the prediction, and we'll see how wrong it is. But I think Cade to Eric All is a deadly combination for Penn State. We know this. That's how Michigan beat Penn State in 2021. Iowa's defense is also, we know that they're very good. So
that was Eric Hall's best game at Michigan.
Yeah.
He had a good afternoon that whole day.
I think it's going to be low scoring because you got two good defenses.
Wow. So we've got 2 predictions for Iowa, so I'm not the only one. Daniel Henry says 21-20, and actually 3. Woo! We got Casey Mallory, 24 Iowa, 21 PSU, and we've got Chris saying Iowa 24, Penn State 20. So we have now – oh, just kidding. So this one wasn't true, but Casey's I know is true because Casey is a Hawkeye through and through. So I'm standing with Casey on this one. Let's see how it goes. But
yeah,
I'm rooting for Iowa just because Cade and Eric, but I don't know. That's going to be tough to go into Happy Valley and win.
I'm rooting for Penn State because Minnesota needs Iowa to lose.
Well, we'll say though, I'm excited about Penn State, Iowa. It's going to be a magnificent game. I mean, Drew Allar in his one of his first big tests on Saturday night under the lights on CBS, whiteout. He's going to be going up against a top-notch Iowa defense.
Right.
Sadly, I can't watch this game.
Yeah, he didn't look too good last week. So he didn't look too good this week.
I'll be making sure to flip between this game and Ohio State, Notre Dame, and Washington State, Oregon State, if I can help it.
So I have a gripe. I have a major gripe here with the scheduling, the timing.
Me too. Oh God, me too.
And okay, so one, Penn State plays Michigan later this year. That game's not a night game. That's a noon kickoff, right? I mean that
wasn't
you're gonna have Penn State's whiteout game run right up with Notre Dame, Ohio State. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
like, could you have planned this worse?
Yeah, on at the same time too. Like, there's so many. I think there's 4 Big Ten games going on at 6:30, and I'm like, God dang it! I want to have something a little bit more even. Why couldn't there at least been a couple more 11 o'clock or at least 2:30 games? I mean, the 2 best games are going back to back, and as a Minnesota fan, Northwestern and Minnesota, guess what they start at? 6:30. So I have to try to watch the Gophers and flip between all 3 other games.
I got to be honest. I'm looking at the line for Penn State. It says Penn State is a 14.5 favorite.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you, that's way too high.
It's high.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
I don't think it is. I think Penn State will cover that. To be honest.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
I only think of that because of Phil Parker, of course. I just think that Phil Parker's defense is.
But if the other team scores 3 points or 6 points, 14 is not that big of a number to cover, really. I mean, I was off. I mean, especially I don't even know how healthy Cade is right now. Yeah. And if he's not able to be at 100%, this offense is dysfunctional completely. They have nothing. So that's. I mean, this team scored 24 points against Utah. Is this offense more than a hair better than it's been the past couple of years? I haven't really seen it.
I think it's been at times better and at times not. I mean, obviously Western Michigan is not the best team, but scoring 41 is notable.
Yeah, Utah State is bad too.
It's notable in that it should have been more. I mean, Western is very not good. I mean, they're very.
I will say. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm going to say Penn State 24, Iowa 17.
I was going to go Penn State 24, Iowa 10.
I'm going to go Penn State 17, Iowa 7.
I'll go Penn State 28. I'll just do it 28-0 bagel. Here.
Dude, that's wow.
Oh, wow.
Bold take.
And I
That's
think
a bold prediction, Todd.
well, I think Penn State's going to be even 28. I think they're going to be very conservative offensively because the way that Iowa can stay in this game is forcing turnovers. Iowa's got a good defense to match up with Penn State because they play that too high zone all the time, all game, and they never give up big plays, and they're always in great position to capitalize on mistakes. So for that reason, I don't think Penn State's really going to push the ball down the field there very much. They're going to just keep it on the ground as much as they can and throw a little quick, low risk routes and just sort of eat into this game. And I don't think it's going to be a very exciting game to watch. I'll be bluntly honest.
I don't think Kane is he's not Superman and like that, but I think he's more than capable of moving the ball down the field against Penn State.
I don't think he's healthy.
He's not an elite quarterback, but he's more than capable, I think.
But I also don't even think he's healthy. I don't even think he's 100% right now. So,
if he's not 100%, then that can affect his ability to throw the ball.
Yeah.
So I think Penn State will be with about 3 minutes to go. Penn State will have 20. Iowa will have 18. Iowa gets enough to get the last field goal, 21-20 Iowa. Because I got to stick to my
Yeah. Right, you're right, ride or die, Johnny. I love it.
Oh boy. Okay. Real quick before we do final thoughts on where can people find you, and we'll ask Dave about Minnesota as well and Northwestern. But Mark Rogers has put a link to SurveyMonkey. Everyone can please fill that out to give your feedback so that we can make the voice of college football the best experience for you. So fill that out and we can learn from everybody. Cool. Dave, a quick take. We won't spend a lot of time on this, but obviously you're facing Northwestern in Illinois. So what are you going to stomp them?
It's going to be 35-0.
Woo!
I mean, I just think that Minnesota will be able to run all over them like they usually do and open up a little bit of a passing game. If anything, it'll be every year we play Northwestern the last couple of years, it hasn't even been close. And we always do the typical Minnesota thing. We're going to run until you've proven to stop us, and then we'll throw. And let's see if we can make complete passes. That's the big question mark.
Yeah,
but
Casey is with you. Casey Mallory says Minnesota beats Northwestern.
Yeah, they'll win for sure.
So they'll win.
Northwestern's bad.
That was a bold take, predicting a shutout. But I think you're going to win pretty comfortably, though.
Yeah.
All right. So now we get to everybody's favorite segment. Final thought, and where can people find you so I can go take my dog out and relax a bit before USC Trojans Live coming up at 11 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, yeah.
With Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire. Jackson, since you started with us, we're going to have you go first and give your final thought. And where can people find you on the internet?
Well, they can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Threads.
Cool.
But also, they can also find me on episode number 12 of the Jacksonian Thursday night, 7 p.m. with Locked On Buckeyes host Jay Stevens as we preview Ohio State, Notre Dame. We talk a little bit about the third down conversion rate and what the overall attitude is on Kyle McCord. So Thursday night's gonna be fun. Stay tuned.
I might have to come in and talk a little trash and maybe debate a little bit too.
Well, and we're live streaming it. You know, I
Yeah.
tried figuring out, are we pre-recording? Am I live streaming? Screw it. I'm live streaming.
I just put your channel in here. Give Jackson a sub. Let's get him a lot more subs, and because he brings on you bring on a lot of good guests in the media and around the globe when it comes to college football. So people go over there and give him a sub.
Wait until you see pro football. It's gonna be fun.
Can't wait. All right, Jackson. We'll see you next time. Okay. All right. Later. Let's go, Dave. Final thought, and where can people find you on the internet?
Well, my final thought is that every game now matters, especially in the Western Division, especially when you're playing a Western Division opponent. This is a black and blue division, and that's my final thought. And where can you find me? Well, you can find me at the University of Minnesota or at home. I don't have a YouTube channel or anything like that. I'll call in on Mark Rogers Show a couple times. So
we can find you on the Voice of College Football.
You can find me on the Voice of College Football.
There you go. And Chris Foote, Minnesota Dave. Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Have a nice day, guys.
Thanks for coming in.
You too, Dave.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Next up, we're gonna go. Gonna go Michigan man Jason, our buddy Jason. Final thought, and I'll post the Twitter as well here in a sec.
Yeah. Final thought, you can find me on Twitch. I came up with that. It's the Twitter plus X. I call it Twitch now.
Twix.
Oh, nice.
And just one more thing, for Darrell, Dad was gloating about getting 2 of our recruits earlier.
Oh God, yeah.
Michigan will get the last laugh when we're playing in our 3rd college football playoff, and Kentucky's playing in a discount double check bowl. That's all I got, John. Go Blue.
I will say this about that. Congratulations to real MVP on 2 pickups for you. I think it's if they want to just go hang out in a 7 or 8 win bowl game instead of the conference championships, more power to them. I wish them the best of luck, both of the brothers. So that's what I've got to say about that.
We got a Maryland fan in the chat, Michael Wheatley. Let's go Terps, beat MSU. Love having the different fan bases here.
Absolutely. Let me see if I can find that. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Michael. Yeah, we've had Rutgers fans, we got Maryland fans, we had a Minnesota Dave. I mean, it's not just your Michigan, Ohio State people, okay? We got everybody in here. But speaking of Ohio State, we do have Sean Garner. So Sean, final thought, and where can people find you?
Hey, Will, what are some good places to like in South Bend? What were your favorite places to go do Friday night or Saturday morning before a game?
I think it was the Lauber. That's where we went last time. I'm not in like
what is that? The Law?
The Lauber. I'm pretty sure that was the name of it. I haven't been to South Bend that many times, but that was the bar we went to last time. That was nice. And there's that place on campus that's really good too. I believe it's called the Lauber. I can double check. I saw that's pretty good. Are you going to the game?
Probably not going into the game, but my friends, I have friends that are Notre Dame alum that invited me to come along and tailgate. So
Yeah,
I will
Lauber, that's
probably.
what it's called. Barnaby's is good. I'm looking at the little area. I'm looking at Google Maps. That was good.
Okay, well, you guys can find me at the Wahlburg in South Bend, Indiana this weekend.
There you go.
And maybe in some grove near the greater St. Joseph County area. If you see a shaggy-haired, mid-30s guy with a scraggly beard, stop by and say hi.
There you go. All right, Sean.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in.
Take care.
Bye. And we're down to you, Will. Honorary Big Ten member and soon to be official Big Ten member. One of these days it'll happen.
Yeah,
where can people find you?
You can find me over at Will ND on YouTube. Me and Jeffrey, we're going to be doing our Week 4 preview, Week 3 review show, so you can pop in. We're starting at 10:30, and then if we're too boring for you, you can go to the USC channel. At least leave a like there as well. Say hi to my Trojan friends over there.
There you go.
Here's something fun. I went over to at one of the it's like a restaurant bar play area. Santana Moss was there. I got his autograph. Legendary Commander. I'll call him Commanders player, even though they weren't called Commanders back then. So
yes,
that was cool. I got his autograph. I got a picture with him, so that was cool.
That's great, and congratulations on the Commanders having a nice
2-0. It's looking up for me for my football teams right now, but big games are on the horizon. Bills and Ohio State this week, so big games.
Could be a lot of good wins for you there, Will. That's very cool. So thanks for stopping by as always. Please give him a sub. Got the link right there in the chat. And we'll see you around.
Yeah, Marcus_error on X as well, if you want to check me out there if you want.
There you go.
But yeah, have a great night, John, and thanks so much for hosting the show.
Do what I can. Thanks a lot. Okay. So with that said, we got to most of the things I wanted to cover, but I want to wrap up a little earlier than we normally do and just get myself a little bit something to eat, take the dog out, all that good stuff. But I'm going to do my run of, since it was hard to do it earlier, I'm going to do my run of reminders one more time. First of all, of course, we want everybody liking, subscribing, and telling a friend about our shows. Hit the like button. It's free to hit that like. Hit that. When you're doing your shopping on Amazon, as many of us do from time to time, you can go and click on Mark Rogers' Amazon link, and then he gets a couple of bucks. And what is wrong with that? So whether you're getting your Halloween decorations, you're getting your tailgate supplies, whatever you need to get on Amazon, can you just do us a favor and click on the link in any description section so that we can get Mark Rogers a little bit of compensation for everything that he does and everything the Voice of College Football does. Thank you for that. Patreon and Discord, join our Discord. Talk college football all the time. There's 2 ways to be a member of our Discord chat. The first way is to become a Patreon member at patreon.com/MarkRogersTV for $5. The other is a YouTube membership, which we have starting at just $2.99. Either way, you get access to our Discord, Mark's betting guide, exclusive content, exclusive watch parties, lots of stuff going on there. Get your merch, Voice of College Football merch store, including keychains, coasters, and now free shipping. That's right, folks. Free shipping on the Voice of College Football merch site. So I'm going to post the link one more time so that everybody can go over there and get some merch. And it looks like Jason did too. Go to our sponsor, Aura. Get yourself a free 14-day trial of Aura. That really helps the channel if you can get a free 14-day trial. So hint, hint, go do that. Helps the channel a lot if you do that. So thank you to Aura. if you have your own product, service, business, and you think that an enthusiastic amount of college football fans could benefit you, then contact MarkRogersTV at Gmail for sponsorships. And of course, we all, speaking of sponsors, Ticket Smarter. Get yourself your tickets. Everybody wants their tickets. Get yourself $10 off a purchase of at least 100 with BIG. Get yourself $20 off a purchase of at least 300 with BIG 20. And with all of that said, we're going to wrap up for the night here. Let's see if there's any final comments that are coming in. Oh, we have, wow. We have super chats. We're going to start with Amazing Blue Guy. I meant to actually highlight this one earlier, but thank you for the $5. Will ND beat them Bucks, but I still hate Notre Dame. Ha ha ha, go blue. Thank you for that. Sean Garner, $10. Breaking out the big bucks. I appreciate it. I really do. No, that is wonderful. And thank you for being on the panel. Thank you for coming week after week and hanging out with us. It really means a lot. I'm assuming these got addressed earlier, but I don't know because I wasn't on for a lot of the show earlier. But just in case, Dave Valensky, $4.99. All Minnesota needs to do is winners, division games like everybody else in their division. And Falconer stopped by. Falconer usually stops by the Miami show, and he came by, and thank you for that. And we had Jason Moose, Michigan Man Moose, with $10. Great show, John. Thank you. If anybody else wants to join in on this and get a super chat, we would really appreciate that. So if anybody else wants to join the train here, now's a great time to do that. I appreciate it a lot. Mike... What is that character? I'm trying to think of the character that always comes late or like always comes at the end of stuff. Yeah, Mike, we had a show. 4 hours that we just did. So John is tired and is gonna go walk Gizmo and relax a bit, have a beverage. But we do have. Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Jason. We like the contributions here for Mark Rogers, voice of college football. Yes, so this is a reminder. Before we do that, we'll go to me. So you can tell I'm ready to clock out. So here we go. John D'Adamo, find me. I am, I think, just one follower away now from 1,000. So who is going to be number 1,000? Who's it going to be? So I'm going to post that link here so that somebody can get me to 1,000. Boom. There it is. Somebody follow me. Get me to 1,000 today. I appreciate that. Last but certainly not least, last call for super chats. Anybody else? Cool. So I'm gonna put the reminder here about USC Trojans Live. So folks, if you haven't checked out USC Trojans Live, I strongly recommend it. It's a great show. You learn a lot about USC Trojans football from Mark Rogers, voice of college football, as well as Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire, and I believe now Tim Prangley is also part of the weekly crew as well now. So you've got Mark Rogers, you've got Matt Zemek, and I'll have to add Tim Prangley to the mix. So check out all of their takes and go to USC Trojans Live at 11 p.m. Eastern. And if you can't make it to the show because you have other obligations, you want to go to bed, whatever the case may be, at least go over to this link right here and hit the like button so that you can get them on a good start. And if you do make it to the show, tell them John sent you. So they can take a tally of all the people that come in from everything. And with that said, Thanks everybody who liked the video, who came by, who was part of the panel, who gave a super chat. We appreciate it all. And until next time, thank you and go blue. Good night, everybody. One more. Matt Ritson, $1.99. What think Stanford and Cal reject from Big Ten? I don't think they're. Are they officially rejected? I don't know. But thank you, Matt Ritson, for any other super chats. Okay. All right. Bye, everybody.